Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Engra Menu. The Holy Grail. Heaven's Feel. The Cup of Heaven. The Third True Magic. A Miracle. It was called all of these things, it was all of the above. It was a divine miracle-granting artifact, it was the pinnacle of Einstein magecraft, it was the sum of all the world's evils. Truly whatever it was a twisted and bitter existence. The Holy Grail started off with noble intentions, a ritual to grant a true miracle to those both worthy and unworthy of it. However, it became distorted, twisted. During the Third Holy Grail War, the Einsteins tried to cheat, they tried to bypass the servant system and summon a divine being instead of a hero of a long-gone era. What they got was a being, but he was hardly divine. Upon death, the abnormal servant made matters only worse. The already brutal conflict only grew bloodier when all the world's evils corrupted the Grail. Most would say that this was because anti-heroes were able to be summoned after that point. The truth is that things became worse because the Grail itself fundamentally changed, it took on the burdens of Engra Menu and gained all of its hatred and all of its pain, it desired only to see death and destruction, pain and sadness, despair and anguish. It truly became a darkened chalice, a monkey's paw, a stain which would deliberately twist and distort any wish made upon it to something much grimmer, simply out of spite. Not only that, but it also gained a wish of its own. To be born into the world, to be free of its duty. It didn't care how, it wished for its birth. It was with this intent that the Fourth Holy Grail War started, and after much spilt blood the victor was decided and the Grail was ready to be birthed from its mud-like form. The Grail almost felt joy, almost. Emiya Shirou rejected it though, he abandoned his equally twisted dream. After being destroyed by that DMN Holy Blade, the corrupt Grail realized that it had never hated anyone or anything in all of its existence as much as the Magus Killer. It made the man pay though, it cursed him with but a small chunk of the despair and pain it constantly felt. Thus after 10 years, the Fifth War approached. The Grail despaired. It knew that this would be its last chance to be born, it knew that the preparations made by the Mage Killer would prevent it from ever having the chance to entice another into wishing upon its darkened contents. That was why it sped up the ritual, initiating it 50 years early. Tingling. The Grail felt a tingling sensation. It could swear it was anticipation, but it was not. Tingling. 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 The Grail knew what that tingling was. It was a summon. A summoning request for a servant. The Grail would have smirked if it had the capacity to. It seemed like the Einsteins weren't content with just summoning the greatest of Greek heroes, they also wanted to summon him months before the conflict even began. It seemed to smile. How it would love to punish them for daring to try and break the rules of the Heaven's Feel ritual. The Holy Grail may have been corrupt, but there was enough of its original self to be annoyed at people trying to break the rules. Tingling. Tingling. How those DMN Einsteins continued to demand a servant. The Grail had an idea. Yes. A sudden idea which would not just give the white-haired Magi a giant metaphorical middle finger but also potential make the final Holy Grail War the most bloody and brutal conflict of them all. The divine wish granted longed for the death of all, and what better a way to do such a thing than by using all the saved-up energy from the failure to make a wish during all the previous Heavens Feel to bring forth an extra several servants. And what better servants to cause death and despair than souls who are already at one with death, what better servants than Shinigami? Yes. Yes. That could work. They were already more dead than most heroic spirits, it would be much easier for the masters to handle the extra prana cost if the Grail sustained most of the more modest costs for maintaining their existences, leaving the foolish summoners with nearly no extra prana lost than before the additional servant was summoned. Tingling. 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 The Einsteins continued to demand Hercules' presence. Arrogant Magi, so desperate for a servant. They were even willing to endure the pain of keeping such a powerful spirit in existence though their own power, with no backing from the Grail itself. The Grail continued to muse, then realized that it would be amazingly painful to do such a thing, thus it would be even more ironic if the Magi were given two increasingly powerful servants to maintain until the war starts. Just thinking of all the pain it would take amused the Grail greatly. Yes, it would be apt that the rule breakers would be forced to maintain the existences of two of the most powerful heroes in all of space and time. Tingling. Tingling. Enough musing. The plan was decided. 7 denizens of Soul Society lore would be added to the Holy Grail War. Yes, such death would be caused by their presence. The Grail concentrated its efforts. Time to give the rule breakers their painfully powerful weapons, time for death incarnate to be welcomed into the world of the living. Iliasville von Einsborn knelt within the edge of her summoning circle, waiting for her servant to appear before her. She finished her chant and waited for the mighty Hercules to appear. Seconds passed by with no appearance of the great demigod, or any reaction at all save for a significant drain on her prana. This both irritated and annoyed Ilia. While she may have been 18, she still had the mind frame of a child and as such grew impatient quickly. She was just about to try and repeat the last line to placate her watchful grandfather, when a great surging tug on her prana levels informed her that her servant was arriving. A great glow originated from the circle, as magical energy surged from it. A mighty figure began to materialize amongst the glow. From Ilia's perspective, the already tall giant of a man who was appearing was even taller and grander, only seeming to enforce her previous image that the servant she summoned would be the strongest of them all, and the tool she used to get her revenge on Emiya Shirou. After all, that's why she agreed to participate in the Heavens Feel ritual, despite knowing what would happen to her by the end, despite knowing that she would be but a sheep sent to be slaughterhouse. She joined in order to kill the one who stole her father from her. And when she killed him, then she would be content to die for the Einsborn family's goal. The glow faded as Hercules, summoned into the Berserker class, stood tall and proud before his minuscule master. "Ah!" cried Ilia in pain, as she clenched her fists to show her great anguish, almost falling to the ground due to the sudden magnitude of feelings inside her. She knew prior to the summoning that it would be very painful to maintain a heroic spirit in its physical form without the Grail's help. She knew the gut-wrenching anguish she would have to maintain for 2 months in order to gain that little edge in the competition, which her elders ordered her to do. But this? This was something else entirely. She wanted to tear her own heart out just to numb the pain. Her servant wasn't even moving. Iliasville panted again and again. "Be our Berserker," she ordered loudly. "Revert to spirit form." The being complied, thus the pain was reduced somewhat to the homunculus. She prepared to turn away from the circle, and speak to her grandfather, who seemed pleasantly satisfied for once, when something unexpected happened. The magic circle, which by all rights should have been dim and dull, burst once more into light, sending the girl into another heart-wrenching scream as another sudden drain bombarded her magic circuits. What? Even Jubstachite was surprised by the way events were going. This wasn't what was supposed to happen. Ilia could only look in terror as a second form began to appear, a figure shrouded in flames. The heat of the fire tickled Ilia's face without maliciousness, but with great forcefulness and power. The fire spread across the entire circle, turning the inside of the Einsborn's castle into a mini bonfire, reminding Ilia greatly of a scene of a figure burning at the stake. Only a man stood amongst the towering and controlled flames, not a witch. The elderly man fully materialized, garbed in tattered black clothing of some sort. With a single swing of his arms, the flames died down to a mild blaze, revealing his entire form to the Einsborns. "I'm impossible," squeaked Ilia indignantly. "This can't be." But it was. Ilia was the Grail vessel after all. She could tell a thing or two about a heroic spirit when she sets her eyes on it, and this thing in front of her was most definitely a servant. There can't be 2 Berserkers," pointed out Ilia. Only there was now 2 Berserkers in front of her, and based on the extra command seals now that had just burnt themselves onto her body, they was undoubtedly hers. Further questions could wait though, the girl was incapable of asking them. The pain of maintaining a servant without the support of the Grail, let alone two, kicked in with a vengeance. Ilia would be unable to do anything but scream in pain for a very long time. Servant Ryder truly cursed that DMN which with all his very being, he truly hated that drat caster whom he had been summoned with. He currently blamed all of his problems on that certain witch. A certain witch who just had to kill both of their masters without telling him. Ryder didn't like the man who had summoned him. He was greedy, vile, arrogant, petty, impatient, basically all of the traits he himself carried. He may not have minded this in certain conditions, the two of them may even have been able to get along if circumstances dictated them to. He did not like it though, when his so-called master used all of these negative personality traits against him. Ryder was used to being in control, used to getting his way. He hated being on the weaker end of the agreement. He would have much rather been a master in this interesting war, not a servant. It could not be helped though. His grievances with his previous master was no issue now that he was dead. Caster claimed that she could cancel the bond between servant and master, but was unable to do so without prana, which her master thoughtfully left her without. Ryder assumed she instead made their master waste his command seals, then killed him to get freedom. This was how Ryder found himself stumbling through the rain, with an amputated hand holding a trio of command seals sealed inside a large, glass tube. The hand was kindly donated to Ryder when he noticed that his master had fallen, thus he took the limb for himself. It wasn't like a dead man would care if it lost a limb or two. Undoubtedly, Ryder was better off than Caster, that was for sure. She was most likely running low on prana, she would be unable to last long. Ryder had nearly full reserves though, he would be able to last alone long enough to get a new master. He was still annoyed that he had been pushed into this by the DMN witch, he would be glad that she would be the first casualty of the Fifth Holy Grail War, even if he would have preferred to be the one to kill her. Knowing that she effectively killed herself sort of made up for this fact though. It brought a sadistic grin to Ryder's uncommon face. He was still annoyed for many other reasons. Ryder was usually annoyed. The Shinigami was strolling casually past a large church, which was found atop a large hill he had walked up, when a man left the church and walked up to him with clear intent. He seemed to be a man of the cloth, or so his priestly uniform dictated. He also had an air about him, an aura which was quite unusual, a feeling which told Ryder that this was no ordinary father, that the man in front of him was someone who was neither pure or holy. "Why hello there, servant. It does seem that you are lacking a master," stated the man levelly, as rain poured down upon his forehead, soaking both his clothes and hair. Snorted Ryder. "And what does a man of the cloth know of my circumstances?" "Quite a lot," retorted the man who carried both a twisted smile and a twisted existence. "I am actually the church representative for this war, I deal and manage with the registration of masters, as well as offering them aid if they happen to drop out of the war." "Then what business do you have with a servant without a master, not a master without a servant?" grinned Ryder maliciously. "For one thing, at the moment the two currently registered masters have already declared their servants, and both of them are most certainly not you. Thus, you must have been recently summoned, or your master never brought you to my attention," said the man factually. Ryder did his trademark snort. The father was wrong, but he wasn't far off the mark when he said that his ex-master had not brought him to the man's attention. The priest just probably didn't expect the fallen master to have been one of those already registered. "This still does not explain what you want with me, priest." The priest smiled serenely at this moment, then rolled up his sleeves to reveal faded red marks, arranged in straight and fluid lines, spanning across his entire arm. "Let's just say that I might be able to find you another master." Ryder saw where this conversation was going. And he liked it. "Fuhuhu fuhuhu," laughed the Shinigami with vigor. "Why, my dear priest, are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting? Would the impartial judge of this very war choose to break the rules and enter into the conflict himself?" "As a man of God, I would not lie," stated the priest sternly, but also with a hit of amusement in both eyes. "Well then, man of God, I think that I shall enjoy working with you." "Likewise." I am called Kodomine Kirii. You may call me, Servant Ryder. Ryder held out his one hand, which was not holding the amputated hand, to be shaken, which it was, by the other man. And so the partnership between two of the potentially most manipulative men in the Fifth Holy Grail War was formed. Medea of Colchis, the Witch of Betrayal, servant caster for the duration of the Holy Grail War, was certainly pleased with the way events had turned out. After tricking and killing her original master, as well as deciding to not tell Ryder prior to it, in order to get under the fool's skin, she truly worried that she would die before she had the chance to compete in the war for the Grail. This meant she was rather glad that she had met the former assassin, now turned school teacher, Sutra Kazuki. Now not only was she hidden safely away inside Raduji Temple, a location where few servants could invade easily and where she could gather mana from the townspeople easily using the local ley lines, but she also had 3 command seals of her own, which she took from a foolish master whom she encountered earlier. It was his own fault really for not summoning his own servant sooner, was Medea's thoughts on the situation. A modern saying came to Castor's mind, which seemed suitably apt. One man's loss is another man's treasure, and in this case it was a rather literal truth. Medea had not only stolen the Mage Association man's command seals, but also his only chance to compete in the war for one of the greatest treasures on earth. This was what led to the Witch of Betrayal being on her own in a darkened room inside the temple, attempting to summon a servant of her own, without her master knowing about it. The summoning initially seemed successful. A indigo hair-colored swordsman, dressed in a light purple kimono, answered Medea's call. He identified himself as Servant Assassin. That was when something strange happened. Like the 2 previous masters had also experienced, Castor saw that her summoning circle was drawing forth a second being into existence. As the circle dulled once more, Castor studied the pale figure whom she had summoned. Snorted Castor. You don't look like much. Medea had quickly gotten over the fact that she now miraculously had 2 heroic spirits under her and was now enjoying the huge advantage she held in the war. Identify yourself, servant. The kneeling man did not speak, only look up to his summoner. I am Servant Lancer. He rose to his feet in a swift manner becoming of his class, before staring his master deep in the eyes with his soulless gaze. Piercing emerald eyes met pale purple, neither party blinked, nor backed down. For now I acknowledge that you are my master. However, I only have one true master, and you are not him. Lancer turned on his feet to gaze at the other amused servant, seemingly ignoring his master. It appears we shall be working together. Indeed. Responded Assassin. It looks like we'll have to put up with each other for a while, huh? Castor did not care for this mild act of insubordination. She would have more than enough time to grind both individuals under her metaphorical boots, as it were, before the war starts. Bazette Frogamacrimitz was glad that she had summoned Servant Castor. Don't get her wrong, this was not to say that she was not glad to have summoned the Hound of Ireland into the Lancer class. She was very glad that the summoning catalyst provided by her family had managed to summon the battle-loving hero, who had such a tragic ending to his grand life. That was her reason for entering the Holy Grail War. She wanted to summon the hero whom she had admired and sympathized with a child, the hero whom she though deserved a better ending, the hero whom she longed to save from his unchangeable fate, the hero who she had a small crush on ever since she had heard his tale. Lancer certainly didn't disappoint. He was a bit different to how she had expected him to be, but he was still the one Bazette admired above all else. He was also as handsome as she had expected, although she would never admit that. If the enforcers back at the clock tower ever heard about her blushing and giggling like a Japanese high school student, then her reputation would be ruined. She liked Lancer a lot, but not enough to admit that she was attracted to him. She also appreciated him as a servant. They had only been working together for 4 days, but the purple-haired woman noticed that he was particularly competent, as well as a breath of fresh air when compared to all the men and women she normally worked with. He was bloodthirsty, but knew when was the time to fight and to act, but also when it was better to wait and prepare. So yes, she was glad that she had summoned Lancer. She was more glad that she had summoned her second servant though. Castor was an enigma, a mystery, an unheard-of heroic spirit. She had strong base parameters and excellent strategic knowledge, but seemed unwieldy as a servant because of her mostly pacifist-like nature. When you looked at servant Castor, you did not expect her to be an expert fighter. She had the air and grace of healer. At first glance she was nothing but a support unit, someone to help others win their fights. Bazette was fine with this. With both herself and Lancer to do the fighting, they would be fine. The reason she was glad she summoned this servant was because of the fourth day of the Holy Grail War, the day when Kotomine Kirai, a man she trusted greatly, betrayed her. Bazette had never seen it coming. She had known him for many years, she thought she knew the church executioner. She was wrong. The man whose heart had stopped beating 10 years previously, had tried to cut off her arm. And had succeeded. It was only with Castor's sudden revealing of her Kido attacks that she was able to fight off the man before he could spirit way her arm and her servant. It was only with Castor's huge grasping of what seemed to be medical magic that she had not bled out and had been able to continue acting as Lancer's master for the war. This was why she trusted servant Castor without a doubt. This is why she was glad to have summoned her along with Lancer. Tosaka Rin knew that she had suffered the great curse of the Tosaka family the night she tried to summon a servant. After all, everything just seemed to go wrong. Firstly, she had forgotten to change the time on all the clocks in her house, so ended up performing the summoning an hour out of her peak magical time. Then, no servant appeared in the summoning circle, having finished her chant, despite having the command seals which showed her position as a master in the heavens feel ritual. Much to her annoyance, she received an extra prana drain, having gained only a second pair of command seals on her upper arm, without a second servant to accompany it. After that, she had to rush into her destroyed living room, only to see two servants brawling it out. A knight in red armor who wielded a pair of Chinese blades, and a dark-haired woman who lashed out with nothing but her fists and feet. "Master!" roared both servants in unison. "Get behind me!" each of them demanded. "No! Get behind me! Get away from the enemy!" they continued. After a few more quick and blurred movements, the woman had slipped past the Red Knight's guard and attempted to attack him with a swiftly drawn blade, only to nearly have her head chopped clean off by the white-haired man's swift counter-attack, having left the gap in his defense on purpose. The woman ducked low, then kicked upwards, knocking the weapon from his hand. The man showed no signs of caring, an identical black sword appeared to replace the lost one. He dashed forwards, seeking to strike the woman as she leapt backwards when... "That's enough. Stop!" commanded Rin, activating the command seals from her hand and her upper arm. She had only expected one of them to stop fighting, but since both stopped their conflict, this meant that the suspicions she had since the second set of seals appeared during the summoning were correct. Somehow, she was the master to two servants, who both seemed like they wanted to kill one another. The Tosaka heir sighed, deciding that she needed to sort things out with the two in front of her before they took out their anger on their master since they could not fight one another. Or before they could damage her property further. "Enough," repeated Rin. "Geez. Why the hell are you attacking each other?" asked the genius, who expected the answer which came out of the woman's mouth. She huffed. "I assume you are my master, since you successfully used a command seal on me just now. As you can see, I just tried to finish off an enemy servant before he could potentially kill you, master." "That's preposterous," said the Red Knight, still holding his two weapons in his hands to show that he still held great hostility to the other servant. "I am no traitor. I would not betray my master before we even spoke to one another." "Do not trust a word that man says," demanded the woman dressed in the sleeveless haori. "He must be an enemy servant, he claims to be Archer." "He can't be Archer. I am servant Archer." "You are the impostor, not me," remarked the knight. "The way you carry yourself, the look in your eye. You are an assassin. You do not have the presence of an archer." "True, I have been summoned as servant archer simply because of technicalities concerning my legend. So you are not an archer? Smirked the twin sword practitioner. Like an archer who wields swords is more believable. Huffed the angry woman in response to the bitter cleaner. Enough, snapped Rin. Again. She had only known her servants for less than 2 minutes, and was already hating the pair of them. Maybe she should just let one of them kill the other. It would save her a lot of time and energy. No. Having 2 servants, even if they were both archer and not Saber, was too good an advantage just to give up because they both annoyed one another. As you can clearly see, my command seals affected both of you. This means that you are both my servants. And as my servants, I expect no fighting between the 2 of you. But there cannot be 2 of the same servants, complained the female archer. Whom Rin had dubbed fake archer due to her own insistence that she was not a true archer. I know. Hissed Rin, who began pacing across the floor of her destroyed living room. Perhaps. No, that's not likely. Not possible. Master. Said Archer. Quiet, you idiot. Huffed the flat-chested Magus, who hated to be interrupted when thinking. Well, perhaps. Maybe. In the past, the Einsburns have tampered with the rules of the Grail War to try and get an advantage. They could have done something which made it so all masters summoned an additional servant, only with an extra prana cost. That is possible. Concluded Archer sadly. I don't like it. Was fake Archer's response. Well, tough, you'll have to get used to working together. Fake Archer narrowed her eyes, showing he clear disdain for the man whom her master stated she must work with. Better than that idiot of a lieutenant I used to have. She thought, although deep down she had mild affection for him, despite his cowardly nature. Very well then. I do not like it, but I shall accept it since you have ordered it, master. I guess I can put up with her. Agreed Archer, who secretly decided to kill this other archer as soon as possible. He may be amnesic, but even so. He knew that this other servant was not supposed to be in this war. Time to get to work. Smirked the devil known as Tosaka Rin. Why, are we going out to fight the other servants tonight? Inquired Archer. No, I am tired, fed up and annoyed. You're going to have to clean up this room together. Or else. What? Why? Protested Archer. We're divine spirits of long-departed heroes. We are servants only in name. You still destroyed my living room though, so you shall have to repair it. I agree with that Archer, said fake Archer coldly. I am here to kill people, not to tidy up. Oh well, sighed Tosaka in fake theatrics. I guess I shall just have to use a command seal to force you to do it. Fake Archer scowled. According to the knowledge the Grail has given me on this war, using a command seal for such a trivial thing is a foolish mistake. The prodigious Magus humphed. You'll just have to tidy up then, won't you? She said, refusing to take no for an answer due to her tone of voice. Rin gave a final evil grin as she walked back upstairs to her bedroom. Have fun together. Archers. Matou Zoken was fundamentally a twisted man. The things he had done during the course of his unnaturally long life would sicken anyone that knew of them, and his reasons for doing them, more so. Evil is another word to describe the resilient worm known as Matou Zoken. Manipulative could also be used. After all, Zoken was always manipulating, always scheming, always plotting and planning. Added to the infinite patience he eventually came to possess due to his unnaturally extended life, this made him a puppet master of the highest order. Always pulling the strings, never his own hands bloodied. That was the way he liked things, that was the reason why he was so feared and hated. Crossing the worm familiar user would inevitably backfire miserably on whoever tried to do it. That was also how he intended to go through the Fifth Holy Grail War. Never directly involved, never the black player or the white player. Zoken planned to play as both sides on the chessboard of life, he would have assured victory in the war. The war, the war. That was the reason for it all. That was how and why Mikiri Zogen became such a twisted individual. Yes. The war was the reason. Not just any war, the first war. Zoken did not remember much of that time, he just knew that it was because of that war that he set himself on the path of true immortality. But why? He did not remember why. The deterioration of his body through the constant switching of hosts had given Zoken extra life, but taken many a thing, including much of his memory. The reason why he wanted to live forever was gone, only the passion to gain it remained. Only this passion drove him. So now Zoken found one of his best chances to gain the Grail, the fifth Holy Grail War. He would be the puppet master once again, his poor marionette Sakura his tool to be used and discarded. This was why his broken doll knelt before him, in front of the summoning circle drawn and activated on the floor of the currently empty workroom, so that Sakura would be able to summon a servant for the upcoming war. With a wide grin, Zoken was pleased to know that the catalyst for the Gorgon Medusa had worked. Servant Ryder stood before the two of them, in the grim grotto which served as the Mato family's workshop. Zoken already had his plans. His intention was to make Shinji the unofficial master using the Book of False Attendant. He could also turn Sakura into a premature form of Ingra Mainyu if he wished to, but such a thing could compromise her becoming his Black Grail, if he fails to obtain the regular Grail. He was about to order Sakura out of his workshop when something caught his eye. The summoning circle had been kick-started. Grandfather, is this supposed to happen? Asked Sakura mutely. Ryder too seemed intrigued by what was occurring. No. Croaked out Zoken. Although this does seem interesting. Zoken looked on in curiosity as his familiars inside Sakura's body told him of the additional drain on her prana occurring. He actually grinned when he realized what was happening, albeit a bit maliciously. It was obvious, Sakura was somehow summoning a second servant. This theory was only backed up further as a second set of command seals appeared on his adopted daughter's other hand. Zoken was one of the key creators of the Heaven's Feel ritual. He knew quite a bit about the servants due to how he created the seals used to make the servants commit suicide. He knew that it was theoretically possible to do such a thing. It all depends on the summoner's prana levels though. The worm knew that Sakura had enough prana to maintain 2 servants, but doing such a thing could affect the worms feeding off the prana in her body. He chose to wait and see what happened as the second heroic spirit materialized, kneeling before Sakura, while glaring around at his surroundings with a deep and heavy scowl. Yes, thought Zoken. I think I shall have to change my plans for the war. Yes, they shall change quite a bit. The Holy Grail War, a chance to have one wish granted, no matter how impossible or improbable. Such an event naturally draws many participants, all with different wishes and goals, all with unique perceptions of the world and different reasons to fight, all with different tactics and plans. The Holy Grail War was naturally a bloody conflict, though with 21 vying for a wish instead of 14, the bloodshed would only be greater by the end. 6 masters were now ready to fight, ready to kill, ready to die. One was not though. One master had yet to realize the precarious situation his life would be placed in soon. One Shirou Emiya was not yet aware of his destiny to compete in one of the greatest death games to ever exist in history. That would change that day though. That would change the day he stayed behind at school to clean the archery dojo while everyone else went home. That would change when he saw a fight between 2 impossibly strong beings. Servant Lancer was in his happy place. He had his spear Gibalg in both hands and he was in a fight against a fantastically strong opponent. Even better, his master, Bazette, had given him permission to go all out. Lancer knew he was bloodthirsty, and he honestly didn't care. He was in the Holy Grail War for the fights against the strongest warriors in history, not for the almighty wish-granting Grail. What use did a brawler have with such an artifact? Yes, he was quite happy to give up the Grail to both his master and servant caster. As long as he received his fights, he was happy. And this fight, boy, this fight. Truly it was making him the happiest he had ever been so far in this war. Whoosh! A lightning-fast punch, swiping in with impossible speed, followed quickly by a kick like a whip and a second fist carrying the force of a fired bullet with it. The woman before Lancer was incredibly fast, so fast that even with Lancer having been summoned as the fastest class, was having trouble with it. Only with his superior range of attack due to his spear length was he able to keep the blurred woman at bay. Hi-yag! Roared the woman as she charged in once more. Lancer grinned, then moved with his weapon. His enemy intercepted the attack with her right arm. Using her own strength to push the weapon away from her exposed body, allowing her to lash out at the Hound of Ireland with her free fist. Whack! The fist certainly had power behind it, she was at least C-ranked in strength. She then continued her attack, chaining in 2 extra kicks with each leg to throw back the battle lover. Lancer groaned, rising to his feet as he once more took on a defensive stance. His enemy was also playing the defensive game. She stood in front of her young and pretty master, as if to stop Lancer from hurting her through her master. Lancer didn't have to get to the servant through targeting the master, he was good enough to fight her head-on. Hitch! Snorted Lancer. You're pretty good, woman. As are you, congratulated the woman briefly. I guess you're servant assassin based on your high speed and your hand-to-hand skills. Guessed the wielder of the cursed lance. The woman smirked. Perhaps, perhaps not. I could be assassin, or I might not. For all you know I could be a Saber who has simply not drawn her weapon, or a Ryder who has not yet brought forth her mount. I don't know, it's your demeanor, you know. You seem a bit too, stab them in the back when they ain't looking to be one of the knight classes. You have such little faith in me. Snorted the assassin. Like I would stab you in the back, rather, why would I stab you in the back? What? Stated Lancer bluntly. That comment seemed vaguely ominous. I don't need to stab you in the back. She smiled maliciously. I have people to do that for me. While fake Archer and Lancer fought in the grounds of the almost deserted school, Servant Archer stood posed atop a large building with his bow drawn and a noble phantasm in hand, ready to be fired. This was not Archer's preferred firing location. There were plenty of taller buildings in Fuyuki to take advantage of, but due to his young master's strategy, this was the only location he could use to accurately snipe someone at the school Rin attended. The morning after summoning her servants, Rin had told her plan to the 2 legendary bow users. She planned to use fake Archer as a bodyguard, to accompany her at school and act as her main attacker if a servant showed up. The white-haired man was instead tasked with remaining far away from the duo, assigned the task of using his bow to kill any servant whom the other Archer is tasked to fight with, when they were least expecting it. Archer was content with such a task. Unlike Lancer, he cared nothing for a fair fight, he had no pride. He was happy to sit back and backstab someone, as long as it brought the fight to its conclusion with the minimal lives lost. Kalidbalg too was the name of the noble phantasm he held with one hand, pegged to his bow, ready to be fired. The fake spiral sword was as its name dictated, spiraled. The blade was uniquely shaped and reinforced by Archer to be used as an arrow, and not as a sword. It was the weapon of Fergus Mac Roich in Celtic lore, and was once used against the legendary Siu Chulainn. Archer found it ironic that he was going to try and kill Servant Lancer with this weapon. Using his reinforced eyes, it was simple for him to structurally grasp the weapon he carried, Gibalg, and identify it with the man whose legend it was associated with. Right there. His eyes picked out fake Archer and Lancer disengaging once more in their duel. His fellow servant seemed to be acting out of character, trading banter with her foe. It was very unlike her, from what Archer could tell, she was a woman who was of few words. He then realized she was creating an opening for him to shoot Lancer down. Archer grinned, his companion was truly a crafty woman. He drew back the bowstring of his weapon, sighed once, then chanted. I am the bone of my sword. The weapon he held broke in his hands, twisting and distorting and becoming delicate, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. Archer had turned the sword into a broken phantasm, increasing its destructive power phenomenally. The blast damage could potentially hurt innocent bystanders. Archer was fine with this though. It would still save more lives in the end. Kalidbalg! Roared Archer, as he released the string, firing the spiraling sword at his target. Emiya Shirou knew he was amazingly screwed the moment he laid his eyes upon the sight in front of him. Two figures locked in a deadly dance of death, both combatants aiming to kill, not to maim. Two figures who could not possibly be called humans. Shirou almost pinched himself to see if he was dreaming, only to remember that he only dreamed of swords, or of the fire all those years ago. Firstly, the Blue Lancer. He was a man of great stature and strength, dressed in a full ultramarine bodysuit, which left very little to the imagination. His posture and stance was that of an animal locked in a deadly fight with its hunter, whom would have no qualms about killing anyone who watched their deadly fight. Shirou was also entranced by the man's spear skills. Half of the moves and strikes he saw dealt were only blurs to his underdeveloped eyesight. The other figure entranced him almost as much, but for entirely different reasons. The blunt way of saying it was that she was undoubtedly beautiful. Beautiful, but in a sharp and severe way. She was petite in stature, but carried herself with grace and confidence, able to make up for this fact. Her black hair, worn short and bound into two braids with a white cloth, each ended with a golden ring. Her actual clothing was that of an assassin's, tight-fitting black clothing, which clung to her skin to allow optimum movement. A sleeveless white haori was also worn, with a yellow obi tied around her waist. Honestly, she intimidated Shirou a hell of a lot more than the Lancer. He would kill you quickly and cleanly if you set him off, your blood would be spilt and that was it. With the assassin, she gave the impression that she could do something a hell of a lot more painful. He also noted that the school idol Tosaka Rin was standing behind the woman. Under normal circumstances he would get embarrassed at looking at her in such a way, but this was not a normal occasion. No, he was too busy trying to deal with the vast killing intent radiating from both fighters. He saw them both stop fighting, then they began to speak. They were too far away for him to hear, although the woman seemed strangely amused. Then it happened. A blur shot through the air, a twisted distortion tearing its way towards the two figures. The Lancer turned around. Instinctively feeling it approach, but was too late. He had no time to flee from it or block it, so instead he tried to rely on his abysmal luck to dodge the attack. Amazingly, against all odds, it worked. Lancer was saved from the devastation by his miraculous pirouette, although the school was not. A great chunk had been carved out of the nearby wall as the projectile impacted with the floor, sending most of the damage into the ground, yet releasing enough to eradicate the large wall in its entirety. Shirou offhandedly thought that Fujimura Taiga, his guardian, would not be happy to see what had happened to part of the school. The Blue Lancer acted different now, he seemed annoyed, on edge. Clearly he had wanted a fair fight, not to be backstabbed in the back by something. He was on guard, the shooter of such devastation would not be able to use the same attack on him, he was prepared for it now. Then he turned to look at him. The man who radiated bloodlust stared directly into the eyes of the third-rate Magus. Even from such a distance away, Shirou felt like his knees would give way underneath him. He turned and ran, he ran as fast as his legs could go. He didn't look back, he didn't check his direction, all he did was run and run and run. He knew that if he stopped, that red lance would pierce his heart. DMNIT. Roared Rin in annoyance as Lancer turned and ran after the redhead student, who wasn't supposed to witness such an event. Rin was seriously set off. First, her gambit to assassinate the servant had failed. He had somehow dodged the attack using his abysmal luck score, which was about as likely to happen as Matu Shinji publicly apologizing to someone. Then, that idiot had turned out to be watching the fight. Rin knew who that figure was, he was Emiya Shirou, someone well known and respected at their school. His willingness to help people, regardless of what he was asked to do, was a virtue which had made him a popular crush for many a female, including the Tosaka air. These crushes never lasted long, his denseness and Sakura's protectiveness saw to that. Rin was annoyed though, of all the people to witness this, it had to be him. "Archer," she ordered. "Go after them and stop Lancer." She didn't wait for a response, she immediately reinforced herself and ran after the boy. Fake Archer complied, rushing after them using her amazing speed to try and catch up. Rin fell behind pretty quickly, she wasn't nearly fast enough to keep up with a heroic spirit. While she ran, she sent a mental message to Archer to come to her as soon as possible. She would need all the help she could get. Eventually, she arrived at the location where her servant stood. Fake Archer looked down at the form of Emiya Shirou, who had a great hole piercing through his heart. Blood leaked out, staining his shirt. Rin didn't care about this though, she cared that this person had been caught up in her problems. "Archer," she asked. "Did you get here in time to stop Lancer?" "No," she responded. "That man got here before I did, he clearly finished the job he set out to do. He was long gone by the time I arrived." Rin felt like she wanted to hit something. Really, really hard. This was not Emiya Shirou's fight, it was not his role to die in this war. Tosaka Rin felt responsible for the damage inflicted. She was the second owner of Fuyuki City. It was her job to protect the non-Magus community for God's sake. Is he dead? Surprisingly, no. He must be very stubborn to survive having his heart pierced. That means... yes, he still lives. Barely. Rin knew she was responsible for this, she knew that she also had the means to fix this. It would be a major blow for the war, losing one of her most powerful jewels. She felt it was worth it though, she had a responsibility to carry out. "Master?" asked Archer, as he hurriedly rushed to his master. "Not now," snapped the Magus. "I have an idiot to heal." Tosaka Rin took her most powerful jewel, filled with at least 10 years' worth of prana, as well as being the only remaining memento of her deceased father, and held it to the bloody wound. Magical energy started to be radiated from the crimson jewel, as the fatal wound on the boy's heart slowly began to heal. Lancer was a bit set off. It was all because of that stupid redhead. None of it would have happened if he had just died when he was killed, DMN it. It was because of him that his extremely attractive master had mentally scolded him for killing an innocent civilian. It was what he was supposed to do if an onlooker saw two servants fighting. She should have been pleased with him giving up his fight to deal with the resilient brat. And then he had the nerve to get up again, after getting pierced by Gibalg. It was ridiculous. What sort of civilian got up after having taken a blow from a noble phantasm? Also, his hypocritical master sent him off to finish the failed job to kill the twerp, despite having already spent 10 minutes beaching about why he shouldn't have done it. She even sent Castor with him as backup, to remain away from the action unless it seemed like she was needed. It's like she thinks I can't even kill the brat. Thought Lancer angrily as he rushed after the boy, with Castor a good dozen meters behind him. This led to the Hound of Ireland using a tracking rune to find the boy, following him back to his Japanese-style home. He cornered him in one of the rooms, as he used a reinforced poster of all things to fight back. Lancer took pity on the pool sucker, actually letting him flee to that shed of his. If he knew what would follow, he would have just killed him there and then, before he had a chance to summon those two servants. Shirou looked in awe as the golden woman materialized before him. Truly, she was beautiful. Her blonde hair, regal features, calm gaze, all these features attracted Shirou to this mysterious girl, who had stepped out of thin air to save him. She dazzled him, his heart thudded in his chest and he was unable to move from his position on the floor. Whoever this girl was, Shirou was sure that her existence was wrong. No girl like her should ever have to wear such heavy armor, no girl like her should ever have the burden to pick up a sword. I ask of you, are you my master? She spoke clearly. Ha! Mas Ter. I, servant Saber, have come forth in response to your summons. Please give me an order, master. She threw out unfamiliar terms which continued to confuse the teenage magus. The swordwoman clearly saw that she would get no answer from the boy. Before her. Instead, she would face the servant who attacked her master, kill him, then explain the situation to the boy in full. She turned to go after the enemy when Waha! Punctuated Shirou, confused further as the summoning circle burst into existence for a second time, lighting up the dark shed and illuminating the second set of seals which had burnt themselves onto his upper arm. The light died away, revealing a second figure who stood before the confused teen. He was almost skeletal in appearance, a thin form garbed in a white hamaka, with black edges and long sleeves which obscured his hands, almost like a kimono. His skeletal appearance was only added to by his white-colored hair, his wide, mocking grin and his increasingly narrowed eyes. Shirou concluded that this man was the polar opposite of the girl. While she seemed to portray the very essence of nobility and chivalry, he seemed like the sort of fellow who would stab you in the back if you weren't constantly vigilant. While the girl who identified herself as Saber was a knight, this man was a white snake, ready and willing to lash out at the tastiest morsel nearby. Shirou continued to stare, until the summoned man said, "You know, it's rude to stare." His smile unsettled the magus, he really did not like this second man. "I suppose I'd better get the formalities out of the way." He cleared his throat mockingly, then continued to talk. "Ahm servant assassin, by the Grail's accord, I have come forth. So I ask of you, are you my master?" Saber scowled at the self-introduced assassin. "Now don't be like that." He waved his hands in front of him in a feeble attempt to wave away the king's obvious suspicion. "We're both on the same side," he pointed at Shirou. "It seems like he's both of our masters." "I don't trust you," stated Saber sternly. "Well, you can't blame a snake fair biting the fool that approaches, can you?" He smiled once again. "You have nothing to fear though. I desire the Grail as much as you do, so it is not in my interests to kill my master, is it?" "Very well then." Saber conceded. "For now, let us work together to slay the enemy." "I agree, Saber. We should hurry, shouldn't we?" Assassin did not wait for a response, he dashed outside with sudden speed. Saber reluctantly followed. Shirou, meanwhile, was still sat on the floor, increasingly confused about what he had just been brought into. At the sound of clashing steel, he threw himself to his feet and ran after them. "Saber! Assassin!" He roared loudly as he charged into his garden. He was met with the sight of Lancer narrowly blocking the powerful offensive slash of Saber, who seemed to be swinging an invisible weapon of some sort. The length and shape of it was unclear, although Shirou guessed it was a bladed instrument of some sort, based on the way Saber held it. Lancer's spear deflected the first two slashes, then lashed out backwards to deal with the sneak attack dealt by Assassin. Assassin was now wielding a Japanese-style sword, which greatly unnerved Shirou as soon as he saw it. The weapon radiated the same intense feelings of its owner, it was seemingly an ordinary wakizashi, with a light blue handle and a tsuba greatly resembling an S. He knew there was more to it though, through his structural grasping magic. Normally Shirou could analyze anything and everything his eyes settled on, but there was something different about this weapon. He couldn't read it. Somehow the weapon defied all human creation, the amateur magus simply could not understand the concept and creation of such a weapon. He could analyze its structure, it was made of an extremely strong unknown material which seemed to radiate pure magic. He could analyze its purpose, to be wielded by one man and only one man, to be used to pierce with almost heavenly power. He could even analyze its accumulated experience, having been used by Assassin for over 100 years. What he could not analyze though, was its creation. It was so inhuman that he just could not understand it, the reason for existence and how the hell it was even made. That weapon was truly a deadly one, he could tell that much at least. "Bitch!" huffed the Lancer angrily. "Have I ever said how much I hate backstabbers? He turned round and swung his spear in a wide arc. That's twice today now. His eyes narrowed in disdain for those who refused to fight like a man. They should all fight me face to face. And then die. Assassin jumped backwards, then parried the strike, giving Saber a perfect chance to strike him. Normally, Saber would prefer to fight with honor and chivalry, but her master was in danger. She could temporarily abandon her pride to fend off this attacker. Lancer wasn't known as the fastest of the knight classes for nothing though. He easily blocked the swing, even performing a series of speedy engages with the sword user, of which Shirou could not keep up with long. I hate 2-on-1 fights. He looked away from his two opponents. Looks like I'll need your help after all. He said reluctantly to someone, addressing an unknown third party. I agree. Spoke a mild and clear voice, which showed the promise of hidden steel in her attitude and personality. Hado number 54, spoke the voice. Heian. Abolishing flame. A large, oblong blast of purple spiritual energy was shot from the top of a nearby wall. The Kido blast was performed extremely quickly using Ishohaki to skip the incantation, a process extremely similar to the usage of high-speed divine words. The purple ball of fire continued its advance towards Shirou. Master! Roared Saber as she utilized her high speed to intercept the attack with her weapon, cutting the Kido in half, which briefly burnt through the invisible air surrounding the servant's weapon, to reveal the holy blade to the eyes of the world for a very brief second. Saber! Stuttered Shirou, still repeating his confused pleadings like a broken record. Please! Master, get back! We have enemies to deal with. She spoke with urgency. Now, Saber. Grinned Assassin. Don't be hasty. I want to have a word with our little interrupter first. Ikamaru Jin. Spoke the feminine voice with clear elegance and in sharp edge of disdain, as she dropped from her position on the wall to the floor below. I suppose I should have figured that you would have been summoned. What can I say, Captain Unohana? The identified Ikamaru Jin smirked evilly. I aim to please. The woman walked to stand by Lancer's side, glaring at Assassin with her alluring blue eyes. To Shirou, the woman was just as beautiful as Saber and the assassin who had fought Lancer earlier. She had distinct midnight black hair, which was worn in a braid down the front of her body. She seemed to have kindly features upon her face, although to Shirou it seemed remarkably fake, like a facade which was put up to deceive oneself, and no one else. Her white haori fluttered in the small evening breeze, as the four warriors prepared to face off against one another. Shirou did not know why, but he was sure that this kindly spoken woman was the most dangerous figure he had spoken to today, even more so than the lancer who had speared his heart. Room for one more? Questioned a third feminine voice. Totosaka. Stuttered Shirou indignantly. What the hell are you doing here? The teen could not seem to deal with the appearance of his school idol kneeling on his wall, as well as all the shit which had happened so far. Emiya, she smiled with a grin which promised everything except happiness. I am here to bail you out of a situation in which you are clearly out of your depths. So please shut up while I fight your fights for you. But you're a girl. Protested the Japanese lad. Yes, and I am also your only chance of getting out of this scenario alive. The school idol dropped to the floor, wiped some non-existent dust of her skirt like wall jumping was an ordinary occurrence for her, then spoke imperatively. Archers. The two archers materialized before her, the hand-to-hand expert Shirou had seen before, and a white-haired knight dressed in red armor, whom the magus instinctively knew he would come to hate and be hated in return. Well. Grinned Assassin, almost giggling in anticipation for who was before him. If it isn't Captain Soy Fawn herself. Spotted that black cat nearby, The revealed Soy Fawn quickly glanced round, then realized that Assassin was mocking her, and growled. Ikamaru. She snapped at him. Don't be like that, your master said you was going to help me out. He pointed out, with a mocking pout upon his face. Just typical that my master would want me to defend a snake like you. I know, who woulda though, huh? He put one finger to his chin, then tilted his head as if pondering the mysterious circumstances of their meeting. So the 6 legendary figures stood in their relative factions, simply dwelling in the calm before the storm. The girl in armor who should have never picked up a sword, the snake of a man who is just as much of a BSTRD as he initially appears to be, the blue lancer with a cursed spear and a love for battle, the kind woman with hidden brutality and undetectable power, the woman who fought for her duty and to surpass another, and the twisted red knight faced off against one another, all anticipating the single largest battle so far, of the 5th Holy Grail War. All the while, Emiya Shirou stood amongst all these incredibly powerful people, all of whom could kill him with a single wave of their hands, and had but one thing to say. What the hell is going on here? Ilia von Einsborn could not consider herself a lucky person. Far from it, she thought it was almost tragic how bad a great deal of her life had gone. First, her mother died during the 4th Holy Grail War. Then, her father, the one man whom she loved with all her heart and whom loved her in return, betrayed her and her family. That was what grandfather Jubstachite had told her at least. That he had the Grail in his grasp, but discarded it along with her. His daughter. He had betrayed both Mama, her family, and her. It was unforgivable. He didn't even try to come and find her, to try and see her, to talk to her, to rescue from the cold castle which she had dwelt in all of her life. He had abandoned her. Plain and simple. And just to add salt to the wound, Papa had replaced her. He had simply found another child and raised him instead of her. To top it all off, he had died before she could have the chance to ask him why, before she could have killed him herself. It pained Ilia so much that her father had done such a thing, she was still partially unable to accept that she had been abandoned. That was why Ilia was willing to become the sacrifice for the Holy Grail, so that she could meet the last link to her father, this Emiya Shirou, whom her grandfather had mentioned. She would find him, talk to him, find out what it was about him which led Papa to favor him over her, and then she would kill him. Yes, she would kill him herself. Either one of her berserkers could accomplish that much. Even with the great trauma she had suffered during those 2 months, the untold pain and hurt she had felt as she was forced to rely on her 2 servants for warmth and for food and for protection, even after all that, her goal had remained the same. She would kill Emiya Shirou with her own hands, no one else would be allowed to interfere. If there was anything she had learnt during those 2 months of pain, it was that she could be patient, that she could wait, that she could endure. Being thrown into the cold German forests had been a terrible experience, which she had no intention to ever repeat. It had taught her that life was hard and that she could only rely on herself and her servants. It had done some good. Experience had granted her 2 of the most powerful beings she had ever seen, and placed them directly under her power. At first she had hated the 2 who caused her agony with every breath, but she had eventually come to trust and respect those 2. Hercules, because he was the strongest, and her second berserker, the spirit whose legend she had never heard of, because his warmth was the greatest to her, he was the brightest and hottest flame which there was. So Ilia finally reached Fuyuki City after much pain and suffering, as a woman who was much more patient and careful than she had been before she had summoned her servant. She had then decided to find that boy as soon as possible. This she had done, she had found him and told him to summon his own servant, in order to give him a fighting chance. It would be unsporting otherwise. Following this, the second day after that, Ilia had decided that her brother had been given enough time to summon his servant and that it was time to hunt him down. She had taken Hercules with her, leaving Berserker to guard the castle, and set off at a few hours before midnight. After trekking through the forest surrounding her dwelling place, she had reached the town she had explored the day before, Fuyuki. She walked through the almost familiar streets, as she slowly but surely came closer and close to her step-sibling with every step. Things seemed to be going well, until she came into contact with that Saber on the moonlit bridge, who seemed perfectly capable of fighting Hercules head-on and surviving. "What the hell is going on here?" cried out Shirou in an almost melodramatic wail. Do shut up, Emiya. Snapped Rin again, shattering her false persona of an idol forever in the third-rate Magus mind. Indeed. Nodded Saber as she gripped her weapon tightly. As your servant I shall vanquish your foes, then I will explain what is going on. Enough talking. Roared Lancer. More killing. With a mighty war cry the hero rushed forwards, Gibalg in position and ready to either move or strike at a moment's notice. Lancer's companion also moved, with a wide flick of her wrist another C-rank spell was fired off, although instead of an attack it was a spell designed to bind. Bakudo number 62, Hyaparankan. 100 steps fence, a glowing white rod of light formed in her hands, before she threw it. At this point, it multiplied into multiple identical rods, which rushed towards her target, Saber. The not quite 100 rods were activated with Ishohaki, and as such were weakened in power, so despite being a relatively high-level Kido it was most likely at the rank of AD. Saber's magical resistance overcame the magic easily, with the constraints shattering as soon as they impacted with her armor. It was enough to slow the woman down, giving Lancer the time needed to maneuver into a suitable position to strike when. Clang! The Red Knight struck with the married twin Chinese blades, one black and one white, forged by a blacksmith called Gan Jiang, whose wife threw herself into his forge in order to help forge the weapons. A yet unnamed part of Emiya Shirou's mind catalogued and stored the information. Lancer parried the knight's attack, turned and moved to attack Saber, who was swinging with her sword, when Byakurai called out the calm woman known as Unohana. Pale lightning formed at the point of two of her fingers, then were fired off at Assassin, having been supercharged with enough Ryuryoku to knock out an elephant, was increased from AE rank technique to a high power D. The strong lightning surged, forcing Assassin to abandon his attempts to sneak attack so that he could escape from the attack. The lightning narrowly avoided him, instead shooting past into Shirou's general direction. The teen still had no idea what was going on, or why it was happening in his garden, but he did recognize that lightning being fired at him was a bad thing, so tried to throw himself out of the way, when whoosh! The fake archer rescued him using her high speed, on orders from Rin. Clash! Red Archer continued his attack as Lancer ducked and dodged as he countered and parried both the Servant of the Sword and the Servant of the Bow's attacks. The invisible weapon of Saber was the most pressing issue to Lancer. He had to be extra cautious of fighting since he could not accurately dodge her attack range. The three-way fight continued. Lancer was pushed back until he was almost touching the wall. He grinned though, it was nice having backup in a situation like this. Heido number 33, Sokatsui. Pale fire, crashed down, intoned caster. The Kido she had stated burst to life in her hands as she stood away from the fighting, having taken the interlude of attacks to chant a mild D rank technique and power it up to a C rank. The fire roared in a wide arc, searing Archer's arm as he disengaged. Saber ignored the fire as nothing more than a mild distraction, like a bull reacting to a fly. She continued her assault, only to be forced backwards herself as Lancer deemed the time fit to go on to the offensive. As the fastest class, Lancer was more than capable of forcing Saber to retreat when facing a foe one-on-one, while going all out, even if his target was the strongest of the knight classes. "You're not that bad, Saber," grinned the leotard-wearing man. "It's rare to find an opponent who can keep up with me when I go all out." "Likewise," responded Saber. "If you had not targeted my master, I too would have enjoyed a fight against you." Clash! A particularly nasty and mercurial move from Lancer drew blood from Saber's upper arm. "Hitch!" huffed Lancer. "You're nearly as bad as my master. She nearly had a fit after I tried to kill the brat." Strike! Assassin's suddenly 7-foot-long weapon cut a wide arc as it shot towards the man's face. "DMNIT. No backstabbing," yelled the dodging Irishman. "It ain't really backstabbing," smiled Assassin. "If it's aimed at your head. That's nearly as bad, Ikimaru," intoned Caster as she dodged a thrown Bakuya from Archer. With a small scowl she turned round and fired a shikaho to block the boomerang-like projectile, which she had predicted would have an extra effect or ability based to how unlikely it is for a warrior to throw away a sword like it was nothing without a plan in mind. Meanwhile, fake Archer watched over her master's protection as she stood next to Shirou. "Seriously, Tosaka? What is going on?" demanded Shirou. Rin sighed. "You really are clueless. Aren't you? No need to rub your knowledge in my face. It's not my fault you're a failure as a master. I still don't know what 'master' even means in this context." "You don't need to know." Tosaka adopted the trademarked Tosaka Rin lecturing pose 3 as she addressed the Magus. "Just adapt to the situation. Basically, this is a battle royale, and your house is the current battlegrounds for it." She then flinched as a wind-like spell was used to throw Archer through one of the walls of the Emiya estate. A wide yellow beam of energy fired from her palm quickly followed, to keep the servant away from the battle for a few moments while she gained the absolutely vital time to chant. "Oh wow." She winced. "I don't pity you for having to clean up the damage done to your property after all this." "Wait. What were you saying about a battle royale?" questioned the redhead. "Who's fighting?" Rin shrugged. "No one much, just the resurrected souls of long-dead heroic entities." "What?" exclaimed Shirou in literal shock. "Look on the bright side," pointed out the jewel user. "At least no one else tried to join in with this fight. It can't possibly get any worse now." Meanwhile, Shinji Matua decided things couldn't possibly get any worse for him. At first, the arrogant Bluenet had been proud to have been picked by his grandfather to take part in the Holy Grail War. He had seen it as his chance to finally show the world that he too could be a magus, even without magic circuits. Shinji had always been a bitter person because he held the firm belief that he was always better than everyone else, his ego could not accept otherwise. This inferiority complex had began as a child after overhearing his grandfather talking about the family troubles, then had only gotten worse as time progressed. He personally blamed Sakura, his adopted sister, for all of his problems. If his family had never generously picked up the girl who was discarded by her family like trash, then he would have been the only Matua heir. Grandfather would have to accept and respect him then. Seriously, how could he pick that beach over his own flesh and blood? Admittedly, raping the emotionless girl took some of the annoyance away, as well as making the Matua male feel extremely good due to his power over the girl. Even the thought of doing it to the girl brought a faint smile to the boy's face. It was her own fault after all. She went over to the Emiya household without his permission, and she never did as he said. She had to be punished, it was only fair after all. That was why Shinji was pleased that his grandfather had deemed him fit to wield the greatest of the servant Saber, while Sakura received that useless Ryder. Through wielding the Book of False Attendant, he could finally act as the magus he should have been all of his life. That beach Tosaka couldn't possibly say no to him then. This led to the partnership between Shinji and Saber, and to him having to fight that titan called Berserker. Shinji thought that nothing could go wrong, nothing at all with the so-called strongest servant at his side. Then it turned out he was fighting Hercules on steroids. And he had to be killed 12 times before he would stay dead. Yeah, Shinji decided things couldn't possibly get any worse. Roared the inhuman voice of the muscular, dark-skinned giant as he swung at his mobile target with his giant axe sword. He missed, Saber managed to throw himself to one side, then swung upwards with all of his strength. Yelled the thing again, its instincts allowing it to instinctively block then counter. "DMNIT Saber!" cried out Shinji angrily, as he clung to the book made of his grandfather's familiars. "Aren't you supposed to be the DMN best? Then win DMN it." Saber grunted, then scowled at his assailant, dodging 2 more mighty strikes, utilizing his high mobility and speed to prevent himself being cut in 2. DMN this all? He angrily thought to himself. Nothing seems to work against this giant. It's like fighting that guy all over again. Except he only had a sword. This guy has a giant stone slab instead. Crack. The axe sword slammed into the bridge, leaving a deep scar nearly a meter long. Saber retreated to his master's side, preparing the only attack he had in his arsenal capable of slaying the beast, which had been proved earlier on when it had taken one of his lives. Berserker. Intoned the little fairy-like girl who was its master. Stop going easy on the guy. Go mad Berserker. The mad servant's different-colored eyes glowed brightly as his specific class skill kicked in, boosting all of the figure's parameters, as well as showing that up until now he had been holding back. The axe sword was swung, severing all in its path as the titan charged forwards like an American footballer. Saber was hard-pressed to even block the first strike, almost being crushed under the pure power of the attack. So this is what it's like to fight a true hero. He bitterly thought. Smash! One of the steel walls across the side of the bridge was cut in half horizontally. Saber was forced to jump high into the air, using his class bonuses to run up along one of the metal pillars of the bridge so that he could get some space between him and the behemoth. Go after him Berserker! Commanded Ilia sternly. He can't flee forever. Berserker didn't even need to run up the wall. He simply jumped, clearing a few meters of the air in only a single second as he rushed towards the top. Shinji trembled, glaring in fear at the little girl in front of him. He could accept it if someone like Tosaka could pass as a threat to him, but a little girl? It was so stupid that it was almost funny. How could a runt who didn't look older than a 12-year-old command a thing like that? How the hell can a runt like you own a thing like that? Voiced Shinji out loud. The fairy smirked evilly at him. It's because I am the strongest master. She smiled. It only makes sense for the strongest master to have the strongest servant. I'm the better magus DM in it. I'm the Matu's heir. I can't lose. You're not the heir. She calmly stated. You're not even a proper master. I know these sort of things. Shinji grit his teeth. That's a lie. He roared. Saber. Kill that thing then kill this girl. He focused on the book in his hands, willing it to work. His grandfather told him the book would act like a command seal, forcing a servant to obey any order given. It was weaker than its seal version, this one could not achieve impossible tasks and was also easier to resist if the servant had significant willpower. It was strong enough to force the servant of the sword to go all out though. Yelled the beast in man's form as he leapt across the metal structure of the bridge above in order to meet his foe atop the metallic structure. Likewise, the sword user prepared to go in for the kill. He raised his large blade upwards and prepared to swing down. Clash! Archer threw himself back into the conflict, aiding Assassin in his attempts to fight Caster using his oversized weapon. Bakuya was thrown once more, and was destroyed by a particularly nasty fire attack. No matter, he simply summoned another weapon to replace his lost one. Yarrg! Roared Saber as she swung once more at Lancer, who parried and swung his lance end like a stick, catching her across her armored chest, sending her flying backwards. The Irishman tried to press his advantage, but was unable to with Assassin's weapon intentionally or unintentionally swinging at him, after having missed Caster. DMN it. This isn't working. He spoke. There's too many DMN servant here. We keep getting in each other's way. I can't have a good fight like this. Then perhaps we should retreat. Suggested the 4th squad captain. We have done plenty today, we have identified 4 other servants after all. I guess you're right. Concluded the Hound of Ireland. We can always try our luck here again another day. So you're fleeing, cowards? Barked the diminutive girl as she clenched her weapon in defiance. Would you rather I stabbed your pain of an but master instead? Nah. Waved Assassin boisterously. Ya can go. Ah, had plenty of fun tonight anyway. Wouldn't you agree, master? I still don't know what's going on. Sighed Shirou with what seemed to be resignation. And I have the feeling that I'm probably not going to be told about what's going on either. Or that I even want to know. That's the spirit, Emiya. Smiled Rin. Look. I'm gonna go now. You can come after me, but then I'll kill you. Stated Lancer. Let's go, Caster. The duo quickly fled the battleground, leaving nothing but masses of property damage and a confused teen in their wake. Perhaps you should tell me what's going on now, Tosaka. Sighed the male. Yeah. I think I have time to do something as simple as that. She smoothed down her skirt. It's my duty as class idol after all. Liar, thought everyone in the group. Let's go inside for some tea, demanded the girl as she strode towards the uncollapsed area of the estate. Atop the bridge separating the two districts of Fuyuki City, dividing the spiritual grounds between the city area and the residential area, a figure was cut down by another under the bright light of the moon and stars above. The one to fall was not Saber, the strongest of the night classes, but rather, it was Berserker. A hole through the chest tended to do that to a person, even someone like Berserker. Saber scowled, then spoke loudly. I didn't need any help. Especially from you of all people. He declared. Likewise, replied the figure who seemingly killed the giant. I would have happily left you to die. Unfortunately, my master ordered me here to assist you. The figure gazed across the bridge to the man he knew so well. After all, he had been killed by him. It was only natural that he knew him. Kurosaki Ichigo. I am pleased that you have been summoned. Ichigo scowled through his orange locks, gripping his cleaver like Zanpakuto tightly. I can't say the feeling is mutual. Ulquiorra cipher. The identified Arrancar gave no sign that he cared about the Orangette's opinion, rather, the pale-skinned man remained as emotionless as he had been throughout most of their meetings. It seems like one of my wishes has already been granted. I have always wanted to fight you one last time. I don't want to fight you. I want to kill you. He stated matter-of-factly. The question is, can you kill me a second time? Ulquiorra asked neutrally. Saber scowled. I owe it to Inoue, Chad. And all the others, to kill you. You can't go all out though, you risk your master's safety. Saber winced at the word master. It hurt just being reminded what sort of a BSTRD he had been paired up with. He would have much rather worked with that girl who had originally summoned him. He sensed almost a kindred spirit amongst the plum-haired girl, the sort of feeling which made him want to help her and make her smile, to remove the unseen darkness behind her eyes. When he looked at her, he had the same sort of feeling as when he saw his sisters sad or crying. His sisters. The sudden memory of them wiped any sort of happy look he had on his face off, as well as all traces of nostalgia. His sisters. Yes. They were a constant reminder for him, of what he had to do, of what his wish would be when he found the Grail, of the people he had to kill with his own two hands. While Aizen was at the top of the list, while Byakuya scored pretty DMN highly, Ulquiorra was number 2. Ulquiorra was a person whom the substitute Shinigami simply could not stand existing, so he would remove his presence from the world altogether. While I can't go all out. Neither can you. Ichigo grew more confident. Why such arrogance? Last time you won by the skin of your teeth. Commented the servant who was called forth as Lancer. True, commented Saber. Then again. I have an advantage. Which is? You know the servant you just killed with a Shirou? Yes. Well. He isn't dead. Stated the orange head. Ulquiorra catoned on almost immediately. He spun, using pesquisa, inquiry, to scan his surroundings. Casplat. The axe sword sliced through skin, bone and gristle as it amputated the Arrancar's arm. Lancer used sonido, sound, to escape the next blow, then drew his Zanpakuto with his right hand to parry Saber's expected slash. Normally, the Arrancar only fought using one hand, while the other remained in his pocket, so the loss of a limb could be dealt with until it healed. He effortlessly parried the cleaver with his superior skill, then escaped the next blow dealt from behind using his superior speed. Impossible. Vocalized Ilia. That last attack killed Berserker twice. Even Strawberry only managed to take one. Either way, 3 lives lost in one night was a terrible loss to befall early on in the war. Bellowed Berserker as he threw himself into combat against the pale man who had just killed him. Instinctively he could tell that the expressionless one was the real threat, even while in the depths of madness. If Lancer was the sort of person to curse, he would have been putting a sailor to shame with his vocabulary. He had not been expecting the figure he had killed to have some sort of reviving ability. Clearly what had just occurred was beyond regeneration, there wasn't a single bruise to show the Shirou he had received not 1 minute ago. Ichigo had done something quite smart, he had effectively turned it into a 2 versus 1 situation, although instead of Lancer and Saber working together against Berserker, it was Berserker and Saber versus Lancer. The trash must have become much more cunning since he defeated me. Internally concluded Lancer without emotion as he swung his blade again to parry Saber's slash. Beneath the bridge, the 2 masters looked up at the fight in earnest, eager to see who would win between the 3 figures. Shinji, who lost much of his arrogance at the sheer power shown by Berserker, slowly regained his ego as the 2 who had originally fought one another settled on a minor truce to deal with the bothersome Lancer. Shinji smirked, berating himself for almost thinking he was going to lose. He was Shinji Mato, a master selected to participate in the Holy Grail War. Of course he couldn't lose so easily. Go on Saber, he declared. Show me why you're the strongest servant. His comment drew the glare of the little girl who seriously creeped the Bluenet the F out. Berserker is the strongest, she argued without raising her voice. He's Hercules, whereas your servant is an unnamed nobody. She failed to mention how she too had an unnamed nobody as a servant, and highly respected him regardless of that fact. Shinji ground his teeth, unable to come up with a reply. He instead put the little girl at the top of his people to put in their places list, which he had just come up with at that second. Lancer was forced to the edge of the bridge, so jumped down to the street level in order to have more room to retreat with, when Saber activated the soul technique his noble phantasm Zangetsu could use. Getsuga. He raised his blade high in the air from the higher ground, drawing his own Ryuryoku into the blade and condensing it down into a bluish glow. Tenshu. Pure blue energy surged from the edge of his cleaver as he swung down, cutting the very air between them as his projectile surged towards the espada number 4. Following this, 3 things happened. 1. Lancer dropped his blade into the ground and raised his palm outwards, reinforcing his hierro, iron, as he did so. 2. Berserker upon seeing the attack, remembered that it had been used on him once, so changed his attack target to its creator so that it could never produce the attack again. 3. Lancer's master used a command seal to seemingly rescue her servant from certain destruction. The energy attack impacted with nothing but concrete. What? Questioned Ichigo. Roared Berserker, slashing with his axe blade. Sheet. Cursed Shinji. His servant managed to avoid it at the last minute, but received a large gash down his side as compensation. Saber leapt away from its attacker, made a quick decision based on multiple stimuli, raced towards the 2 masters to seemingly kill the girl, as Berserker leapt to defend her, before. He grabbed his master, slung him onto his back like a sack of potatoes, much to Shinji's displeasure, then ran like hell in opposite direction to Berserker. What? He could fight Okuiora to a standstill, perhaps even win if an opportunity presented itself. But that juggernaut? No way. Better to run like hell and hope that someone else was strong enough to kill the BSTRD. Shirou honestly felt no better about his situation after Tosaka Rin had given him a full summary of just what he had been dragged into. The Holy Grail War, a conflict between 7 legendary heroes and their masters, although in this case an abnormality had occurred. Namely, more servants. As Rin had explained it, the Einsburns, a family name which seemed oddly familiar to the Magus, as if someone had mentioned it to him at some point, must have once again screwed with the ritual, forcing the Grail to manifest an extra servant per master. The Magus went on to explain how this theory was based solely on guesswork and assumptions, so could not be trusted. Other things bothered the adopted Emiya, namely how Rin talked about the servants. She didn't think of them as human, far from it. She specifically went out to present the image that they were simply after images of great men and women, echoes of entities who simply carry the memories, dreams and ambitions of their namesakes. To Shirou, they seemed like real people. The girl, Saber, didn't seem like the memories of a dead person. Similarly, Assassin had too much character to just be a mass of magical energy given human form. From what the amateur Magus saw of the two archers before they were left to patrol around the house, they too acted exactly like real people. He still had many questions though, questions which overflowed with so many complexities and simplicities that he simply couldn't ask them. It seemed like Tosaka had already gone far out of her way to help him, despite stating that she was one of the masters in the war. He didn't want to burden her further, better to simply absorb that of her lecture which he could barely understand. Well, finished Tosaka cheerfully. We're done talking, let's get going. Huh? Questioned Shirou dumbly. Go where? We're going to go see the guy who knows all about the game you're involved in. The Holy Grail War. You want to know the reasons behind the Holy Grail War, right? Don't know. Pondered Assassin briefly, whom had stayed relatively quiet. We just got attacked by two other servants, and my master still seems a little. Assassin seemed to struggle to find a word which summed up his summoner. Helpless? More than likely, he'll get killed on the way due to his lack of skills. Oi! Protested Shirou strongly. I know reinforcement magecraft, I can protect myself if I have to. But why risk so much when we can just go to the man Tosaka suggested tomorrow after school? Our enemies would be less likely to attack during daylight hours. It'll be fine. Rin brushed his complaints off. It's only in the neighboring town, so we won't be out long. Also, we have 4 servants on our side. Who would be stupid enough to try against those odds? That's not the problem. Complained Shirou. What do you think, Saber? Asked Rin. Hold on. Interrupted Shirou. Saber has nothing to do with this. Awed Assassin happily. Young love. Already he's defending her, not letting Saber talk to people. Shirou scowled, blushed, then protested loudly and strongly, alongside Saber. We're not like that. We're just servant and master. I just thought that since she's a heroine of past times, I simply serve as his sword. Don't be ridiculous, Tosaka. Rin gave a knowing grin hidden behind her palm. Oh. It's like that, is it? She joked. They make a cute couple. Yep. Added Assassin. Day is just in denial. By now Saber was a stuttering, blushing mess. Quite frankly, she was just not used to be insinuated as a lovesick schoolgirl in denial. Enough. Barked Shirou finally. I was just worried that. He struggled to remember the original reason for his comment. That since Saber was summoned from the past she wouldn't know much about the modern world. He breathed a sigh of relief at the barely passable excuse he had found. Shirou. Servants can adapt to any time. Rin mentioned. Yep. Us servants are flexible. This is my first summon, so the Grail gave me lots of info on the human world in general, the sort of stuff I didn't know previously. Saber frowned. As much as I dislike to agree with Assassin, I am quite knowledgeable on this time PRD. This isn't my first summon after all. Wah. No way. What are the chances of that? Even Tosaka was surprised by such a declaration. To her knowledge no servant had ever been summoned twice in the Holy Grail War. Master, perhaps we should go. You lack experience and knowledge, in order for you to get stronger you shall need some of this. So you agree with Tosaka? Concluded Assassin. Ah well. He shrugged. May as well go, I fancy a bit of a walk. So we are in agreement. Spoke Rin as she got up from her seat. We are going. Where is this place anyway? Asked Shirou. Rin gave her signature smirk, the sort of smirk that one dons when they know something someone else doesn't and takes momentary pleasure in knowing that they don't know it. We're going to a place called Kotomine Church. A false priest lives there, who oversees this war. So shall we get going? Asked Assassin with his own smirk. The night is still young. Quite. I'll call my servants, and then we'll be off. Elsewhere, Lancer was having his own talk with his master. It wasn't going well. Let me get this straight, said Bazette levelly. I sent you to kill a teenager, then despite having Castor as backup, you still failed, not only letting him live, but also letting him summon 2 servants. Yes. Spoke Lancer hesitantly. Although, I would like to state that it was totally not my fault. Blame it on the fact that the kid doesn't die when he is killed. Then he was assisted by another master, meaning it is quite likely that we now have to fight against an alliance of 4 servants this early on in the war. Yes. And Castor has been identified by the other party. Yes. And you decided against killing the kid while he was helpless, eliminating 2 of our foes in the process, because you weren't having a good fight. Yes. Bazette sighed, placing her head in both hands as she sat on her basic chair contemplating the actions of her servant. For the hero of Ireland. You sort of SCK. Hey. Protested Lancer. That was uncalled for. We can always kill them later on. I'm not even going to bother shouting at you. Replied the powerful young woman who often fought against sealing designates of the association. I'm just going to curse you silently and give Castor all of the important jobs. Come on. I mess up once and you remove my battle privileges. Complained the hero. That's a bit extreme. Perhaps so, but so far Castor has proven herself much more reliable than you. Thank you, Master. Added Castor, who sat on a similar chair to Bazette, in the fairly basic hotel suite the trio currently inhabited. As far as rooms go, it was passable, with a double bed, that Castor and Bazette shared, and a single bed in another room for Lancer. The main reason it was selected was because it was located in the opposite side of the city to the priest who had tried to backstab the enforcer. They also received little attention from the manager and the maid service was next to non-existent, which was another advantage or disadvantage depending on how you thought of it. I'm plenty reliable. Bazette gave him a look which quite clearly showed her views on his reliability. Master, perhaps we should give him some leniency. Suggested Castor. The frog sighed before answering. It's not like I'm grounding him or anything, he's a god-made heroic spirit. I'll just stick him on bodyguard duty for a while you gather info on the other servants. I'll sick Lancer on them after that. Speaking of servants, began the servant identified as Unohana. We should discuss those we are already aware of and plan to deal with the remaining unknowns. Right. Agreed Lancer, eager to change the topic. We definitely have a Saber to contend with, that chick with the invisible weapon couldn't be any other. Then that female master said archers, as in plural. Spoke the Keto master. This means that the woman you said was assassin is actually an archer. Or the master could have been lying. Hypothesized Bazette. Perhaps, the stat sheet I have gathered is inconclusive based on the skills shown. Adding to this, the other archer may be a different class as well. What about that idiot with that extending sword? Questioned Lancer. He really set me off. Sword, meaning a saber. Guessed Bazette. Too crafty for one of the 3 knight classes. The kid screamed assassin at him as well. Let's get this straight. Clarified Bazette. We have a saber working with an assassin, which is quite honestly a truly terrifying foe choice if both use their abilities effectively. We have 2 archers, who are potentially different classes, and in the worst case scenario we have them all working together. Pretty much. Lancer scratched his head awkwardly. Maybe now would be a good time to say sorry about not killing the brat. This SCKS. Concluded the mature woman. You're right about that. Agreed Caster. These will be troublesome foes. In my current class 1 am unfortunately unable to activate my strongest noble phantasm, which will greatly hinder me later on. An alliance? Asked the bloodthirsty warrior. While I hate to swallow my pride and all, if we had some allies we could have some pretty good one-on-one fights while the other 3 are dealt with individually. It all comes back to fighting. Sighed the seemingly peaceful medic. I myself have abandoned much of my bloodlust, you too should attempt it. Screw that. Retorted the cursed spear wielder. Back to reconnaissance then. Decided the master of the two. Look for a master willing for an alliance, then we take the 4 of them out. You incompetent fool. Screeched the witch of betrayal loudly, having acted a minor bounded field beforehand to suppress all the noise she would inevitably make. Not only do you fail to do your assigned task, you also forced me to use one of my command seals to rescue you. Lancer, the target for the witch's ire, said nothing, instead observing the woman's antics through contemptuous emerald eyes, dismissive to the other heroic spirit's worries. Useless. Snapped Medea. Useless. I would have done much better to have gone myself. Even if I am not a close-ranged fighter I still would have achieved more than you meaningless brute. Lancer could not like or dislike the woman before him due to his lack of emotions, but he could appreciate the wide vocabulary she had memorized. His previous master tended not to use his vast repertoire, instead he normally just killed his issues, or drowned them under a literal sea of Ryatsu. And now my plans to obtain the Grail for both myself and Suchira have been compromised. I shall have to replan now that Berserker is not dead. He is the one major threat to myself, and you failed to kill him. By now the Arrancar was fed up with doing nothing productive. Normally, the pale-skinned figure spent most of his time furthering his former master's plans, so standing around being lectured at when he could instead be checking the perimeter or checking assisting assassin in defending the gate was frustrating. May I speak now? Asked Lancer, speaking for the first time since he was forcibly returned to the temple. You dare? Croaked Medea, shaking in anger at the impudence of the servant under her control. Yes, I dare. He bore against her with his level, logical gaze. Your summoning was a useless process. I was doing fine up until you wasted one of the beneficial command seals, you simply underestimated me. During the fight I did not fight seriously, at full strength I would have easily crushed both that stupid Shinigami and Hercules, regardless of his noble phantasm. The fight simply did not last long enough to do so, due to your foolish intervention. You lost an arm. Pointed out the irritated Greek anti-hero. No one could win a fight against 2 opponents with only 1 arm. I could. I have fast regeneration, as you can see. Okiura pointed to his previously lost limb, which had already regrown. Next time, I recommend you do not interrupt my fight against the orange-haired one. Woman. The last word was offered with much scorn, which consequently set the caster off. That's it. Barked Medea, having crossed that unstable balance between irritated woman and scorned woman. She held up her hand, which now glowed a deep crimson color. Feel pain. You worm. Like a marionette with its strings severed, Lancer fell to both knees, while a savage growl threatened to shore from his throat, only being kept back by the servant's strong will. There he writhed on the floor, feeling unmeasurable agony like none he had ever felt before, even worse than when he had most of his body destroyed by a hollowified Ichigo. The pain was only increased further by the fact that its inflictor was a magus from the Age of Gods, so the command seal was much more potent when she used it. Needless to say, Lancer would not be able to back-chat against his master for a great deal of time. For the most part, the group traveled in uncomfortable silence, with 5 out of 6 of the walkers not wishing to speak. The odd man out was Assassin, who seemed to talk an awful lot for a class which specialized in silent killing. The walk itself was rather quick, with them clearing the residential district in no time at all, reaching the bridge separating the two halves of the town without incidents. They arrived at a battlefield. The bridge had various slashes and cuts coating it, while several deep trenches had been cut into the metal of the bridge through unknown methods. A suspicious bloodstain on the ground solidified this impression only further. What the hell happened here? Wondered Shirou out loud. Simple, Emiya. Lectured Rin. It seems we weren't the only ones to get busy tonight. You mean? Yes, this was most likely the site for a battle between various servants. The damage done made Shirou shiver. He remembered how long it took for Rin to fix up the damage done to his house. No use cryin' over spilt milk. Added assassin. Let's get a move on. The group upped the pace, after the more experienced Magus assured the other that the man they were visiting would be able to clean up the mess inflicted to the bridge. Eventually, their destination was reached. A quaint church atop a hill, the holy building had an air of solemnity surrounding it, an aura Shirou associated with most religious buildings he had ever visited. A much different feeling than what his friend Issei described his temple home to be like. Shirou, I will remain here. Decided Saber flatly, without any room for argument. Huh, why? Asked Shirou bluntly as she continued to stare at the magnificent building towering over him. I can't just leave you here when we've come up here together. Saber shook her regal head. I did not come here for the church, I came here to protect you. If your destination is the church, then you should not go any further. I shall remain here. Similarly, I have no desire to see the fake priest. Added Rin bluntly. I owe it to you to escort you here and back, but not to babysit you every step of the way. All right. Then, I'll be going. Finished Shirou. Do you mind if I accompany you, master? Asked Assassin in his usual manner. The teenager was still not completely at ease around the snake, but could not find any reason to deny his request. Fine, just don't talk much. Shirou gave a general shrug. We'll head in then. He then proceeded to walk into the forbearing abode, with a white snake accompanying him. Ryder laughed his signature laugh, having just seen two increasingly interesting things. The conflict at the Emiya household through the minuscule cameras Kirai had instructed him to place just outside his home, and the fight on the bridge, also filmed through very small cameras, one of many the servant had informed his master to set up in the city. He was glad that he had, for if not he would have missed the chance to discover some of the competition early on. Fohohoho. He laughed. Isn't this war interesting? Why, I'm quite surprised that they are taking part in this war. I will certainly have to alter my plans to suit this new development. Once more he looked at the recording of Saber and Berserker clashing, marveling once again at the unique noble phantasm of the latter. An invulnerable, self-repairing body, what he wouldn't give to receive such an ability to study. Certainly Saber should not have held back with his initial Getsuga, because now it would be much harder to kill the demigod with such an attack. As a whole, Ryder was content with sitting back in the early stages of the war while everyone else fought against one another. Primarily Ryder was a manipulator, he had no desire to fight against worthy foes or defeat those of superior strength, thus sitting back in the small room set up in the church for his use was perfectly fine. Ryder wished he had been summoned as caster instead of the witch though, that way he would have the territory creation skill, so could set up the workshop he normally used. Instead of having to rely on the subpar contributions of the priest, and that which he had time to build himself. Being a caster would suit him a hell of a lot more than his current class. Oh well, he had already been summoned, no changing that fact. At least if he won he could study the curious artifact known as the Holy Grail. That went well. Commented Assassin dryly as he strolled out of Kotomine Church with his hands casually dwelling within his sleeves. Emiya Shirou followed his servant out of the forbearing building, not at all in the mood to talk. Not only have you now become an official master in this Grail war, but you also made a new friend. Shut up, Assassin. Sighed the boy. That priest isn't my friend. I don't even like him. Nonsense. You just haven't given him a chance. He's the polar opposite of me. Growled Shirou moodily. Ever heard that opposites attract? Was the trouble stirrer's own response. Look, Shirou turned round to his servant. There's just something about him that rubs me the wrong way. Shame, I sorta liked the guy. Well, of course someone like you would like him. Cue assassin's trademark grin. Well, why not? We have so much in common. Like evil grins? Nah, my grin ain't evil. Just a bit sadistic is all. Face it, assassin. Blurted out Shirou. Your grin is most definitely evil. Not just your grin, you just scream of evil. I can tell that you're not a good guy, you sort of seem like a villain to me. Anyone called assassin has got to be evil on some level. Assassin simply maintained his grin, although he did place a hand on his master's shoulder to stop the two of them walking further. He didn't want to have this conversation in front of the others. There's a thin line betwixt good and evil. Am I evil, is an interesting question. Am I a villain, is another one. The simple answer is yes and no. It's all about perspective. If a guy robs a woman in the street, stealing her bag, then to the woman and any bystanders the thief is evil. But what if the thief has lost his job and has a wife and 3 kids to feed, so needed money by any means? Would the thief consider himself to be evil, and would others still have the same opinion of him if they knew? Well, that's different. Huffed Shirou. Clearly he was a good guy. He was only trying to feed his family, and while what he did was bad, he had a good reason for doing so. Well, what if I told you that the same thief, during the depths of despair at having lost his job, turned to drinking to forget his problems? Most of the money he stole went to feed his addiction, and then when he returned to his family he beat his children because he was so drunk. That's terrible. Stated the teen. He's a bad guy then, he beat his children. And so to end my little tale, let's say that the thief's family received a little visit in the night, a burglar very different to the guy we were just discussing. The wife and kids wake up and try to face the burglar, so instead the burglar beats them up and prepares to RPE the females. Then the thief wakes up from his drunken stupor, and sees this about to happen, so rushes to the aid of his family. Assassin looked thoughtfully into the distance, as if unable to continue. What then, you ask? The burglar pulls out a knife to kill the wife, but the thief takes the blow for her, killing the burglar in the struggle but succumbs to his wounds afterwards. Is the thief a bad guy, as you call it? The young magus considered the question and pondered. After all, it was a hard question. No, in the end he loved his family and died for them, so all those bad deeds would be forgiven because in the end he was trying to do a good thing. One more bitter smile crossed the white-haired man's lips. By the way, the thief didn't kill the man for his family, he did it because he had a vendetta against a burglar and only took the fatal wound by accident. Shirou answered his mouth to change his answer, but Assassin interrupted him. You don't get it. He smiled. There is no one answer, it's all about perspective. There are so many different ways of looking at one's actions, so many different interpretations of a single event based on what each person involved or is told about the event knows. Was the thief evil? To the robbed woman, yes. To the burglar he killed, yes. But to himself? No. To his family, the answer kept changing. Seconds passed, neither figure moved. Silence embraced the two of them in a wide blanket and both seemed reluctant to remove it. After what felt like minutes, Shirou asked what had been on his mind. What does this have to do with you, or anything for that matter? Assassin pet his head to one side and folded his arms. Nothing much really, it was just a tale after all. The white snake slithered away slowly, back towards the group of 3 servants and 1 master who were looking at the duo from the other side of the street and wondering why they were standing there having a chat in the current circumstances. Makes you think though, doesn't it? Who the hero in the story is. And who the villain is. Shirou dreamt of a boy alone in a feudal town. Alone. How long had been by himself? The boy didn't know, and he didn't care. He was used to being alone. It was easier that way. Ever since he had awoken in that place, he had always kept to himself. Eventually, as time passed by, the memories of the past faded away, no longer needed in the new environment, his habitat of back streets and markets, which served as his hunting grounds. In order to claim his prey, that precious life liquid known as water, the boy remained alone, thieving whenever necessary to survive. He was fine with this. It was the only life he had ever known, so he continued to live in perpetual solitude. A single snake slithering around for easy prey, feeding whenever he wanted to or needed to. Even after realizing he was starting to feel hunger, nothing changed for the boy. He still embraced solidarity, hunting alone. All that changed was that he had to divert some of his time to get food and not water. Eventually, the boy started to like eating, picking his food carefully before he liberated it from its owner. The boy particularly liked persimmons, since he could pluck them from their trees easily enough without fear of repercussions, and because he liked the flavor. As far as prey went, the persimmon was also the easiest to obtain. And so the years passed, the boy grew older and life didn't really change. Throughout it, he remained alone. After all, why did a snake need company? He saw so many people during his time in that place. Some happy, some sad, some alone like him, others in company, some rich but others poor. He saw those content and he saw those whose desperation could clearly be seen in the sullen pits of their eyes. He liked seeing those last ones the most. They made him feel better. Time passed. Seasons changed. Years rolled on past with the boy barely noticing. Then one day, something strange happened to the snake. It wasn't love, or happiness, or sudden realization, or anything like that. It wasn't even pity. The boy saw a girl, similar in age to him, lying on the floor, close to death, the desperation he so loved to see clear in her posture and face. He had seen countless others like her, he had offered them fake smiles, then walked off, leaving them to their fates. So why was this time any different? She wasn't particularly pretty or beautiful, or anything like that. She was dressed in tattered rags, her strawberry blonde hair closer to coppery straw than silky gold. So why had he stopped when he saw her? What made her different? He didn't know. Either way, the outcome was the same. The snake offered his dried persimmon to the mouse. Shirou woke with a start. He blinked rapidly, trying to wipe the last traces of sleep from his eyes, as he thought about the dream he just had. What a dream! Muttered the male sleepily. After all, it was a rather odd dream for the red-headed youth to have. Normally the person Emiya Shirou dreamt of swords, or of terrible fires that produced excruciating traces of malice. Not of snakes and boys. Once more Shirou shook his head, to try and dislodge the memory of the dream from his mind. He failed to forget the picture of a boy giving a girl a single fruit though. It was only a dream. Nothing which would affect him in the slightest in this death game he had found himself drawn into. Oh. The death game. The Holy Grail War, the event which had caused the terrible inferno which had ended up depositing him in the Emiya household in the first place. The memory of the previous day rushed to catch up with Shirou, all but wiping the dream from his mind. A seven-way conflict between the heroes of old, only this time there were twice as many applicants seeking the Holy Grail. Shirou gripped his chest tightly, feeling phantom pain at where he had been pierced through the heart only the night before, only to be saved through mysterious circumstances. Then there was Tosaka Rin, the school idol, the girl Shirou might have had a little crush on, the girl he was most likely going to have to fight to the death with at some point. He looked back to last night, when Rin had revealed her plans to continue to solo the Holy Grail War, despite the threat of Caster and Lancer. Flashback. Sitting at the Emiya's household's table once more, the two masters sat facing one another, enjoying a somewhat relaxing cup of tea, while their servants sat on either side, with their hands at their weapons, all looking at one another with suspicion. Suffice to say, 4 teacups remained steaming hot and untouched upon the table. "I guess I should thank you for the tea, Emiya." stated the magus with a slight smile plastered on her face. Unfortunately, this shall be the last time we'll have tea on friendly terms. Next time we meet, we'll be enemy masters upon the battlefield. The tone of the table darkened further than it already was, with one of the masters declaring a fact that all of them knew anyway. Can't we work together, Tosaka? Half begged the master of Saber and Assassin. I don't want to fight you. Humph. Humphed the girl, a slight blush tinting her cheeks, as she frantically turned away to hide it. What a weak excuse for an alliance. We're enemy masters. It's predetermined that conflict will inevitably erupt between us. What about the threat of Caster and Lancer? Pointed out the fake archer sternly. While I myself would be able to deal with Lancer, I would have greater issues against Caster. I don't think so, Archer, remarked Rin. She looked relatively weak, even I could overpower the spells she was using if I had to. The head of the second squad paled until she greatly resembled a feminine ghost. Let's just be glad she was in a good mood. If she was going all out, I fear that we would all be dead. Ha! Snorted the other archer, the red one that made Shirou's blood boil just by glancing at him. Don't exaggerate. Even if that woman had hidden steel, I'm sure she would be hard-pressed to defeat 4 servants, as well as a semi-competent master. Following this he offered Rin a slight smile, and Shirou a glare. Hey! You don't know Unohana like I do. Snapped fake archer. I worked with her for over 100 years. Did you just say 100 years? Asked Shirou dumbly. Is this thing common amongst heroic spirits, or am I just missing something? You're missing many things, Emiya, but this time I too am stumped at how you could be so old. Pondered the Tsundere, agreeing with the amateur magus wholeheartedly. It's a long story. Spoke the black-haired woman. A really long story. Added Assassin cheerfully. Tosaka turned to her servant. You'll have to tell me later, Archer. Look. Began Saber at long last. While it may be disrespectful to do so, I am getting rather confused with constantly having to hear people refer to 2 different archers in the same room at the time, so I would prefer it if we could have some differentiation between your names. Perhaps we could call her Yorichi, eh? Shut up. Jin. Growled the woman. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. I will tear you apart. Limb from limb. If you don't shut up. Right now. Warned the woman as she cracked her knuckles violently, sending a shiver down Shirou's spine. Assassin. Lectured the redhead. Stop laughing at Archer, it's not nice to make fun of girls. Silence erupted around the table, as everyone glared at the hero wannabe. What? That was sort of sexist, Emiya. Pointed out Tosaka. Indeed, it may be honorable to defend a maiden's honor, but to refer to a heroic warrior in such a way is just disrespectful. Concluded the blonde-haired girl. Fine. Fine. I'm sorry. Admitted Shioro glumly. Look, back on topic. Reminded Tosaka as she gave one of her signature lecturing poses. Perhaps we should refer to her as. What did Assassin call her earlier, Soy Fawn? While I dislike using my real name in this case, I have nothing to fear in doing so at the moment considering my legend does not dwell in this domain. Decided the unlikely Archer. You can call me Soy Fawn. Still think we should use Yorichi. Ikamaru. Don't make me cut up your treacherous husk. Back on topic. Bellowed Shirou wildly, eager to prevent further bloodshed in his house, based upon the tremendous damages his dwelling received earlier on. Back to Caster. Captain Unohana. Stated Soy Fawn with utmost seriousness. The kindly spoken woman, who leads a group of healers and medics. As well as being one of the most brutal and bloodthirsty women in existence. Wait. What? Spluttered the reinforcement user. How can someone like her be someone like that? The niceties are a facade, a false personality she uses to mask her stench of blood. Added assassin, discarding his cheerful and mocking demeanor for what seemed to be the first time that night. Underneath her kindly smile lurks the first Kenpachi, a woman who lived breathed and drunk battle like it was a commodity. Soifan nodded her head glumly. A certain woman told me tales of Unohana's youth. A shudder passed through the Shinigami's body. I heard that she was once split a mountain in half, that she was the one to give Yamamoto his scar in the first place. I heard that she ate the heart of a Minos Grande to sate her thirst in a satanic ritual. Added assassin. I heard that there used to be 180 districts in each section of the Rukon district. Until she visited them. I heard that the only reason the Soul King lives in a separate dimension is because he's scared of her. I heard that she was actually the queen of Hueco Mundo, until she got bored of it and gave it up to a random hollow. I heard that she slew an army of 100 Vasto lords for fun. No. Argued the other Shinigami. It was Yorichi told me. She was there. Enough with the exaggerated war stories. Grumbled the Tosaka heir, whom was rather irritated that she had only understood half the terms mentioned during the little back and forth. They're not exaggerated. Soifan with a deadpan stare at her master. We were lucky earlier on. All we can do is hope that being summoned as caster weakened that demon to a level where we should be able to all gang up on her. Hear hear. Chorused assassin. The only foe who could be more dangerous than Unohana, would have to be old man Yamamoto. Thank the Soul King for small mercies that he wasn't summoned. Prayed Soifan. I don't care. Finished Rin. We can discuss this later, but it's getting pretty late. Concluded Shirou. Correct, Emiya. She inclined her head sharply to the host, then stood up. Her servants followed her lead. I intend to go home and get some rest. Next time we meet, we shall be enemies. The self-proclaimed ally of justice shook his head. No. I don't want to fight you, Tosaka. I idiot, stumbled Rin as she blushed once more. That's just mindless optimism. Either way, I don't want to fight you. Unfortunately, master, we must. Commanded Saber harshly. She is a master, and as long as she has servants she is an enemy. I guess. Concluded Shirou glumly, unhappy at the idea that he would be unable to save the idol. Right. Tosaka started to walk to the door, with her two servants tailing after her. I shall see you sometime, I'll let myself out. I know where the front door is. And with that, she did just that, leaving the young redhead alone with the two legendary figures whom he was badly bonded with. Flashback end. Shirou mournfully shook his head, there was no point dwelling on the past now. Tosaka had been painfully clear on the rules of the Holy Grail War, but even so, Shirou didn't want to fight her. Luckily, there were 10 other participants to fight in this war, so it was unlikely that he and the Tosaka heir would ever have to fight one another. Besides which, Shirou was perfectly willing to support the proud girl in her ambitions to win the grand prize so long as she did not abuse the reward. She was a good girl. Deep down. Somewhere. Either way, there could be worse people to win an almighty, all-powerful wish-granting artifact such as the Holy Grail. Like that blasted priest for instance. He didn't know why he hated that man, but something about Kotomine ticked Shirou off. Enough musing though, he would need to go to the kitchen now and help Sakura prepare breakfast since it seems like he had overslept. Sakura, wonderful girl that she was, probably came in to wake him up but was unable to, so left him to sleep in and make the meal herself. Either that or it was the girl's sneaky attempt to cook breakfast herself. Truly, Tosaka must be mentally rubbing off on her somehow. Sakura was starting to get creative in her attempts to claim the kitchen for herself. Right, time to reclaim my title as chef from Sakura. Declared the distorted boy cheerfully. Following this, he got changed into his school uniform and knocked next door to wake Saber up. Whom had put a tremendous effort up to ensure she either slept in the same room as her master, to protect him, or extremely nearby to him. Eventually, she accepted the next-door room to prevent Shirou wasting a command seal for such a ridiculous reason as stopping her, Saber. He knocked once more. Breakfast should be ready soon. Come down when you can. Shirou dared not enter the room itself. There were some sights that a hot-blooded teenage boy should not see in the morning, and a sleeping beauty like Saber was one of them. Sakura was another. The red-haired boy blushed at this point, remembering just how beautiful Sakura had become recently, as well as wondering how long it had taken him to notice such a thing. When the magus in training reached the kitchen, he was granted to an odd sight. A slightly strained Sakura working frantically to whip up some increasingly tasty food, while simultaneously sending nervous glances over to the man sat at the table waiting for breakfast. "Ah!" stated the man known as Assassin. "So you're up, Shirou." Sakura was just making breakfast. Shirou had nearly forgotten about Assassin, whom was able to enter spirit form to save his prana usage, much to Saber's envy, so had slept in spirit form in the room opposite Shirou's. Somehow Saber seemed much more memorable to Shirou than Assassin was, most likely because of her otherworldly beauty and the latter's irritating demeanor. "Good morning, Shirou," greeted the Mato girl in what seemed to be a casual greeting, although there was a huge undertone of curiosity. "Jin was just explaining his reasons for being in your household." "Actually," interrupted Assassin. Was inquiring as to when the food would be ready." Shirou sighed, struggling to contain his annoyance at the servant. "Oh yeah, someone else will be joining us for breakfast. I'm sorry for not informing you sooner, but a girl called Saber will also be joining us soon." Sakura's gaze shifted noticeably, containing heaps of dismay at the sentence previously uttered, not that the thick-headed Shirou even noticed. "It's no problem, Shirou. I cooked extra because Miss Fujimura will be joining us today." Shirou noticeably paled. He completely forgot about the fact that the Tiger of Fuyuki City, Fujimura Taiga, his guardian, teacher and self-appointed older sister, would be over for breakfast. "Good morning, Shirou," stated a blunt voice. Shirou turned, expecting to see the tiger herself, so glancing upon the regal face of Saber was almost a relief. "Good morning, Saber. Take a seat, it seems like Sakura requires no help from me since breakfast is almost finished." "Yes," agreed Saber, taking a seat and drawing a pair of chopsticks as if they were swords. She prepared for when a plate would be placed before her so that she could annihilate the foolish meal right where it sat for even daring to oppose her. "Hunger is the enemy," Shirou reminded Sakura. "You still haven't told me why Jin and Saber are staying with you." Shirou was starting to think Sakura was irritated with him, but such a thing was impossible considering just how kind a person Sakura was. "Good morning, Shirou," growled a loud voice as its owner skidded to a halt, zooming through the open door to frantically take its place at the head of the table. "Now where's breakfast?" The teenage magus gulped. Taiga was here. "Good morning, Mississippi," greeted Sakura. "Shirou was just telling me why he has two strangers staying his house." "Wait a minute." Taiga pondered a moment, glancing round the table to look at the two new residents of the Emiya household. "Wait!" Taiga roared like her namesake, almost flipping the table in anger. "I can explain," responded the teenager frantically, as he attempted to tame the tiger that was now on the verge of leaping at his throat because he did not consult her on their presence. "And a girl no less." Two hands slammed down hard, sending all the cutlery a foot into the air before they impacted with the table again. "Why, think of Sakura. You can't just bring some hussy into your house. What would Kiri say if he was still alive today?" An excuse suddenly came to mind. "They're old friends of Kiritsugu here to stay for business," fabricated the Emiya inheritor quickly. "They had nowhere else to go, so I said they could stay here since there are so many free rooms." "That's NOEXCU - Fujimura Taiga suddenly stopped in place, a wide expression fixed on her face. Following this, a small blush grew on her cheeks. This was so out of character Shirou had to pinch himself to ensure he was now dreaming. Impossible. Taiga blushing madly like a schoolgirl. Such a thing hadn't happened since she had a crush so blatantly obvious on his father that even he had spotted it. He realized she had noticed the presence of assassin and was now studying him intently. Very intently. This realization of who she was blushing over brought a whole new feeling of wrongness to Shirou, so much wrongness that he was forced to shiver. "Miss Fujimura?" questioned Sakura meekly. "Excuse me, have I got something on my face?" grinned assassin. "And who are you?" stuttered Taiga at long last, the red coloring still covering her face. "Am an old friend of Kiritsugu." He looked to Shirou for support, whom nodded. "Yeah. I was in town fair business, only I had nowhere to stay, so Shirou let me stay here with my associate, Saber." "Oh, her." Taiga gestured to the girl that brought such worry to her not 20 seconds earlier. "Sure, she can stay. Now tell me more about yourself." "Jin." She started to slowly shuffle towards her new crush. "Is it me or is she getting closer?" "Yes Jin, she is getting closer," agreed Saber as Sakura placed the now finished plate of breakfast before her and Shirou. "So where are you from?" demanded Taiga, a mad glint in her eye. "What's your favorite color? Your favorite food? Do you need a guide around Fuyuki City?" She gave assassin no time to answer as she stalked towards her prey, whom was visibly paling at a foe he would be unable to, or unsuccessful at stabbing and was beginning to shuffle away himself. "Have you ever thought of marriage? A little help here," he blurted out. "You're on your own," declared Shirou. Hey, at least Taiga was focused on seducing assassin and not on asking him embarrassing questions. Some battles should only be fought if there is a chance at victory, stated the blonde-haired servant sagely, taking a fast bite of the second plate of delightful food she had been offered by Sakura. "More please." Sakura complied, placing a third plate before the ravenous lion. "Tactical retreat," declared assassin, abandoning the meal in favor of escaping into the garden and ultimately the shed. "Not so fast. I want your babies," bellowed Taiga, charging after him. "She'll be back," spoke Shirou as he began to eat his own food, while simultaneously marveling at how quickly Saber was eating her own meal. "This is really good, by the way, Sakura. The flavoring is really good." A blissful smile overwhelmed Sakura's face. "Thank you, Shirou. Anyway, Taiga will get hungry and return to feed." He frowned. "I'm not sure if Jin will though." "You may as well come out now," stated the purple-clad samurai, whom had been summoned to the class of assassin. Currently, the man was standing at the top of the grand steps leading to the Ryuta temple, gazing up at the morning sun while talking to the spiritual existence standing next to him, who was invisible to the world. "Very well then," spoke the other voice as its body materialized, revealing the form of Lancer, albeit a very tired Lancer. "So what do you want then?" Assassin grinned. "I should ask you the same question, you came here after all. Master had not given me any orders, so I deemed it fit to utilize my time assisting you in guard duty," responded Lancer dryly. "It's daytime, any master or servant foolish enough to strike at this time is either an idiot or a fool," commented assassin. "So why are you really here?" Lancer offered no answer, so assassin turned to him and looked him up and down. "You know, our suitably generous master really did a number on you last night." Even with a bounded field monk still complained about hearing screams long into the night. "Yes. It was rather painful." Lancer stated the fact that he was practically tortured by Castor for hours upon hours rather plainly, as if he had only watched it happen to some stranger in the street and not his own body. The two descended into quiet once more, Lancer having no more to say. "What do you think of our master then?" asked assassin, who was rather grateful for the small company of Lancer since Castor rarely spoke with him and he had been ordered not to converse with any of the monks. She is hot-headed, aloof and rather vindictive. But, she has enough prana to support her own form, as well as our own, and is most likely the strongest master in the Holy Grail war. But what do you think of her? Pressed the sword user. I myself dislike following such a woman, but I am unable to truly dislike her. I believe she is an adequate master. Stated the Arankar. Hasty and vengeful, but competent. I shall follow her until death or until our bond is broken. Even after she tortured you for 7 odd hours. Yes. Lancer turned to leave, quickly returning to spirit form. I was hasty in my original assessment of her. She reminds me of my old master. Matou Zoken was rather pleased with himself. He had good reason to be so smug, in his eyes he was already guaranteed to obtain the Holy Grail. One way, or another. Heck, he had so many plans going on to ensure his victory that it wasn't even funny. Firstly, there was Shinji. Admittedly he was Zoken's weakest chance of obtaining the Grail and consequently true immortality, but he was still a legit chance. Paired up with Saber, the class that was notorious for being noble and chivalrous, so would be unsuited for working with either his own frail self or Sakura. As such, pawning the potentially disobedient servant off to Shinji benefited the worm user either way. Shinji would act as a convenient front for other masters to hunt, while he himself would receive an honest chance to win the Grail for his family. Even with an incompetent master, Saber should be strong enough to pull them through to the end of the tournament. So long as they play it smart and safe. Then again, this was Shinji, best not to rely on him to be safe and smart. Next up for manipulation was the Emiya boy. What an interesting person. The adopted son of a previous master in the Grail War, the Magus killer himself, Emiya Kiritsugu. Yes, Zoken had kept his eye on that child, just in case he was picked as a master. He was. When Shirou had ended up venturing to his mansion to check on Sakura a day or so before he summoned his servant, the body stealer had managed to identify the bandaged hand, showing how the boy was a potential master. Being the creator of the command seal had some perks. Not only this, Sakura was involved with the boy, so by following the Sakura path it would be quite easy to bend the boy to his will, all for the sake of Sakura. Zoken actually chuckled for a bit as he moved to greet his target, the one his next plan revolved around. Good morning. Ryder. A purple-haired woman in a tight-fitting, short black dress appeared from thin air, gracing the Matou's garden with her blindfolded gaze. The woman once known as Medusa said nothing to the man she would be forced to call master. He deserved no greetings or pleasantries, only a long, painful death when the opportunity presents itself for what he has done. Come now, no greetings for your master. That was the crux of the matter for Plan 3. Zoken was perfectly happy to compete for the Grail himself using Ryder as his servant. This plan was possible due to Zoken's fundamental understanding of the inner workings of the command seal. He was able to transfer ownership of the seals to himself, while keeping the prana link to his granddaughter undisturbed, to benefit his final plan for obtaining the Grail. Basically, he was Ryder's master, but Sakura would be the one forced to pay for the woman's continued materialization and her upkeep in battle. What is your command? O great master! Do you wish for me to polish your revolting shoes? Ready to let me partake in the war? Want me to go out and kick a puppy? Asked Ryder sarcastically, not in the mood to talk with the unnatural worm user. Ryder would much prefer to save her energy so that she would consume less magical energy from her true master, Sakura. Oh ho! Surely you must be a wicked woman, to terrorize this poor old man so. Why, I was just about to congratulate you on a job well done for guarding this manor so well. But now, instead I believe this warrants a punishment. Ryder, I command you to stay in physical form. You may not return to a spiritual body for the remainder of this war. The crimson command seal glowed intensely, highlighting the cruel SDSM in the nearly immortal man's eyes. No. No. In Medusa's eyes, this was bad. Very bad. Due to the nature of her master's family's magecraft, absorption, and the crest worm resting within Sakura like a ticking time bomb not yet turned on, Zoken had told her back when he first claimed her as his servant, when Sakura wasn't around, she couldn't consume too much prana, or else it could potentially have devastating consequences on her master. So you understand just what this order entails for the future, hmm? Well, I'm sure next time I come to congratulate you, you will be much more amiable. Regardless, I might have a job for you soon. A nice, strenuous job. I'm sure you'll enjoy doing it. Or am I getting confused with myself? A hearty, croaking chuckle followed this. Zoken turned his back on his servant, no longer needing to speak with her. Ryder said nothing as the Matu head walked away. Zoken was still smug. In fact, he was more smug than ever before. He had effectively accelerated his plans, his favorite one in particular. The Sakura route, transforming his adopted granddaughter into a twisted, blackened grail. The Ainsburns had one of their own, now Zoken would soon have one. Then with Sakura's assistance, he would use her to grant his one and only wish. The wish a certain woman had helped him birth oh so many years ago. What was her name again? Who was it? What was their original wish? Gah. Zoken couldn't remember and didn't really mind this fact, all he wanted was to not have to snatch a new, rotting body for himself every few weeks. By forcing Ryder to manifest indefinitely, Sakura would suffer so much more of a drain on her reserves, so would be forced to tap into any other source possible. A source such as... I don't know. A source such as Akasha, the root of all creation, the realm the heavens feel ritual was specifically intended to reach. Tapping into this source would undoubtedly influence Sakura. It would corrupt her, control her, manipulate her. Engra Manu would be prematurely summoned through her, Sakura willpower would eventually wear out, and then she would be in a perfect position to be controlled by a puppet master such as himself. DMN. Thought Zoken with another wheezing chortle. It's good to be evil. Shirou, accompanied by Assassin, since he was able to enter spirit form, despite the terribly formed contract between them, and Sakura, whom had been advised to skip archery practice since she had appeared to be terribly pale and weak following their meal, entered their high school, with the male keeping an eye out for Tosaka so that he could avoid her if necessary. He managed to spot her entering the school by herself, their eyes met one another's, but neither decided to contact the other, Shirou because he remembered what the Magus told him about masters killing one another and Tosaka because Sakura was present with the redhead. As such, they did not encounter one another. Sakura separated from Shirou, to go the class and Shirou went to his own. He sat down and waited for homeroom, led by Taiga, to begin. Yo, Emiya. Stated a smug and pompous voice to one side of him. Morning Shinji. Responded the teenager, greeting his friend. Shinji was Sakura's older brother, whom he had befriended in his youth. Most people could not stand putting up with the blue-haired womanizer, except for a large population of girls, surprisingly enough, which was why Shirou's friendship with him was rather surprising. Then again, Shirou was easy to get along with, so it wasn't quite as surprising. Don't morning Shinji, me, Emiya. Oh dear, it seemed Shinji was in a rather bad mood. When he got like this, Shirou knew it was best to just agree with everything he says. Sakura was round your house again today. She left me looking like a fool during archery practice since she never showed up. Look, Sakura was pretty pale so I told her to skip. Explained the redhead. It's not up to you to decide who she visits in her free time anyway. Snapped Shinji. I suppose I can let it slide just this once if you clean the archery dojo again. Didn't you get him to do it yesterday though? Claimed one of Shinji's fangirls, who were huddled around him like normal. Yeah, he did. Didn't he? Normally, Shirou would say yes just to get the overbearing teen off his back, but today he had to be home early at Saber's insistence. They needed to plan for their activities later on that night, so he couldn't afford to stay behind. Sorry, Shinji. But I can't do that today. Shinji's face narrowed into a scowl. What did you say? I said maybe another night, I have things to do today. Fine. Grumbled Shinji as he stormed off. But you owe me one. Shirou could accept that, he'd happily clean the dojo every day once the Holy Grail war was over. At lunchtime, atop the school rooftop, the school idol was holding a strategy session with her two servants. In spirit form, of course, the main purpose of the meeting was to determine their course of action later on once night had fallen and it was safe to go out and hunt down other masters. With her packed lunch finished, Tosaka began the meeting. Okay then, anyone have any ideas before I reveal my own master plan? Declared the Magus. Soifan raised her arm confidently, as if she was a schoolgirl with the perfect answer to a question. Yes, Soifan. Assassination. Declared the petite girl. Call the Emiya master up here after school, then we kill him with magic. Following this, push him off the edge. Thus, everyone believes it to be an accident. No Soifan. Sighed the Tsundere master. We're not assassinating Emiya. Why not? Challenged Archer. We're not allied with one another, so we're enemies. We should give him a quick death now. He isn't fit for a fight such as the Holy Grail War. No. Stated Rin. We aren't going to kill Emiya. He's too useful. If we leave him alone then we can direct him against the other servants, then swoop in to finish off his servants. Without killing him. Both archers seemed irritated at the no-kill policy concerning the other master. First you waste your strongest gem healing him, ranted Archer, then you bail him out last night and now you want to leave him alone. Is this wise, master? Concluded Soifan. He has no hostile intentions to you now, but his assassin and saber combination will be a pain to deal with in the future. No. Declared the Magus, once again. I'll deal with him myself. Eventually. For now, this Grail war seems off. I might need reinforcements later on, so we'll leave him until the Lancer and Caster pair is taken care of. What of the master holed up in the temple? Inquired the fake archer. According to you, whoever it is skinning up the magical energy of the town. Right. Agreed Rin. These recent collapses could only be the work of a Magus, and the only place to apply such a widespread magecraft would be at the Ryder temple, through the ley lines. As such, a master must be lurking there. Do you wish to recruit that fool to assist you in its invasion? Asked Archer sarcastically. I'm sure he'll be a great help. Shut up, Archer. Grumbled the female Magus. We'll go ourselves, tonight, okay? If we fail, then we'll ally with Emiya to take out the master and servants. Soifan nodded her head in agreement. Once we tell him how the master is causing all the mass collapses, he'll happily be out meat shield. If we're lucky, he'll lower his defenses, then we can take him out too. She grinned evilly. By the end of the night we'll have taken down 4 servants for the price of 2. You're seriously scary sometimes, you know that. Added Rin. Yes, I am. By the way, no assassinating Emiya. Why not? Don't make me use a command seal. Threatened Rin, who just knew that it was going to be a long lunch break. She knew that it was all Emiya's fault somehow. The sun had finally set, and the Holy Grail war was ready to commence once more. Shirou, Assassin and Saber left the Emiya household. At a brisk walk they set off for their destination. During lunch, Shirou had listened to his friend, Issei, describe how a mysterious and suspicious woman had decided to stay at the temple he lived in. At first, Shirou had not thought much of it, but later on after a bit of encouragement from Assassin he had decided that while it was a meager clue, he could still look into it since he had no leads on where any potential masters were. Saber agreed, noting the tactical benefits of a master and servant setting up base in the temple, considering the grand bounded field surrounding the place, so recommended they check there during their patrol. The patrol itself was uneventful, with no encounters at all during the searching of the residential areas. After an hour or so of patrols, the trio decided it was time to check the temple. Surrounded by a grand forest, positioned at the top of a large hill and built upon a fallen ley line, it could be considered the central spiritual focus point of Fuyuki City. The two servants noticed the bounded field almost immediately. Saber quickly informed her master about it. "This is a strong field," she commented briefly. "It would be extremely difficult for me to enter the temple without passing through the gate, which is the only entrance or exit. So if we were to go in, we would only have one escape route," elaborated Assassin cheerfully. "I have a good feeling about this place." "Well, I don't," remarked Saber. "I wouldn't accept any good feelings from you." "So harsh, Saber," joked the male. "Shall we go?" "Yeah," agreed Shirou as he gripped the reinforced wooden sword tightly in both his hands. They began to walk up the stairs. Meanwhile, 3 other figures were prowling the streets, only in the dockside district and not the residential area. Their identities were Lancer, Caster and their master, Bazette. Remembering a story about how in the previous war the first major battle between servants occurred in the harbor amongst the cargo to be exported to various countries, Bazette was hoping for a repeat to occur. "DMN it. Cursed Lancer. Where is everyone?" "Stop cursing, Lancer," scolded Caster softly. "Master is sure that this location is as good as any to find a worthy fight. You're lucky I'm even letting you come out with me after last night," grumbled the irritable enforcer, who was content to not let Lancer off the hook. "Not just yet. Come on," complained Lancer, repeating what he always told her. "It's not my fault he doesn't die when he is killed. It's not my fault that he managed to summon 2 servants. It's not my fault that he ended up receiving backup." He continued to grumble as he walked, his lance spinning through the air irritably, with the same passion as its wielder. "Seriously, you should be praising me for the fact that I didn't die in a 2-against-1 situation." Caster stopped walking, prompting the others to follow her lead. "Caster," inquired Bazette. "Do you sense a servant?" Being a caster, it would be fairly easy to sense someone entering her spiritual sensors. Admittedly, she was taught to sense Ryatsu, but prana had no real difference to it, so she could still manage fairly well as a sensor. "Yes. I sense a single opponent approaching us." "Only one?" Caster shrugged. "Perhaps they have an assassin with them who is masking their presence. Either way, we should prepare," declared the enforcer, punching experimentally a few times to warm up. "They'll be here soon." Shirou noticed something was terribly wrong as soon as his group reached the halfway point on the stairs, when that presence made itself known. Absent one moment, there the next, a samurai garbed in robes of deep purple materialized before the great gate leading into the temple. Saber, already in her combat outfit, drew her invisible sword and stood before her master and the potential enemy. "Master," she spoke harshly. "Stand back, it seems we have an enemy to kill." "Right, Saber," agreed Assassin, drawing his own weapon. "That guy can only be a heroic spirit, so he's an enemy. Our assumption were right, someone has occupied this temple." "How perceptive of you," declared the samurai as he drew a thin sword from mid-air. Shirou noticed that it was a fairly ordinary weapon, with no outward signs of any magical properties or even a keen presence that he could use to see if it identified with one of the many bloodthirsty weapons in Japanese folklore. It was merely a normal blade, if not long and unwieldy to most, but still a regular weapon. From what his small knowledge of noble phantasms entailed, from what he inherently grasped from analyzing Assassin's weapon, he knew that the samurai's weapon could not possibly last long in combat against such powerful artifacts. "A witch has indeed taken hold of this place. So I advise you to turn back. I can't say I like my master, and as I have been assigned to only guard the gate, as long as you make no hostile movements I shall allow you to leave." "A witch?" asked Shirou. "Yes, she is not one whom any ordinary magus could possibly match." "A witch? Master, what are your orders?" requested the blonde-haired knight wielding a sealed sword. Shirou took a moment to ponder, deciding what to do. They came here to investigate, only that, but now that they knew someone was dwelling here they had a perfect opportunity to get an early victory in. If not, he could always ask the master her intentions to see if they would stop fighting. Shirou wanted an event like that of the fire he was birthed in to never happen again, and eliminating all the other servants was a surefire way of doing so, no matter how much he wanted no one to die. "You don't sound very pleased with your master," stated Assassin almost casually. "Why, you haven't even raised the alarm yet." "Well, of course not," agreed the spirit. "After all, she already knows. She knows all that happens here, she is a magus of such high quality after all." "Dat didn't answer my question. I have no love my master, but she provides me with prana so I am content." With utmost grace, the fake heroic spirit born from the legend of Sasaki Kojiro swung his blade in a long arc, "So I shall fight you if you approach. In fact, I implore that you do. I'm looking for a decent fight tonight. Firstly, what's your wish? What is your master's intention? Will you leave innocents out of this war?" "In answer to your questions, I have no wish, I have no idea, and innocents have already been involved by my master. If I am not mistaken, she is the one responsible for the frequent fainting occurring in this town, so that she could harvest their prana." Shirou now knew that the ones dwelling inside the temple were bad people, who were responsible for all the incidents happening around town. While he wasn't happy fighting them, if he left them they would only go on to harm more innocents. The self-proclaimed ally of justice could not allow this to happen. "Saber," began Shirou, finally reaching a decision. "Defeat him." "Yes, Shirou." With permission granted, Saber left no delay, whooshing ahead on the offensive, because while she was weary of her foe having the high ground, she believed that if she destroyed his weapon with her superior noble phantasm then there would be an easy victory at hand. Naturally, things didn't quite turn out how she expected them to. Namely, her opponent was more skilled than he originally appeared. Instead of blocking the first strong blow aimed at his blade, he chose to parry instead, lashing out with a surprisingly nimble counter-attack. Saber blocked it, but struggled to deal with the second slash. She succeeded in the end. The swordsman was unwilling to apply all his effort into a fatal strike since he was wary of the length of the unknown weapon his opponent possessed. "Yes," spoke Assassin happily as they disengaged. "This is why I was summoned to this war, to enjoy a fight such as this. Even in the opening blows, I can tell you are a great warrior." "Correct," agreed Saber. "You too are skilled. In another time I would dearly love to spar with you, but for now I must defeat you." Assassin, offered the identified servant. Sasaki Kojiro summoned forth as the assassin class. "No way," muttered Shirou. Considering Sasaki Kojiro was a legendary fictional figure in Japan, there was no real evidence to suggest he even exists in the first place, so was surprised to see him in a war of actual heroes of the past. "But aren't you fictional?" Sasaki tensed up at this point, looking down upon the male who said that. "Boy, you would be wise to not aggravate a man with a sword." "But yes, my existence is based upon the myth of the legendary Sasaki Kojiro, so in a way, I am not him." He shook his head sadly. "I am merely a nameless user of the sword who best matches the description of Sasaki, a placeholder to be summoned forth instead of one whom cannot be called. But the name Sasaki Kojiro is mine now, it is one I take pride in, like my skills. I live for his purpose, to fight strong foes." It was rather sad in a way. He was merely a fake, a nameless martial artist who was summoned to be the placeholder of a man far greater than him. The actual Sasaki Kojiro's existence was also doubted, so the samurai summoned by Medea of Colchis is nothing more than a fake representation of a falsified existence. As such, he shall fight, he shall take pride in the one thing he owns. The legendary technique Tsubeim Geishi that he himself developed. No more time for talk, Saber struck once more. They still needed to pass past this servant and confront the master. "Sasaki, like his namesake, was skilled though. Even with a weaker weapon and lower strength parameter than his opponent, his natural skill with a sword and his A+ agility rank allowed him to keep up with the invisible barrage of slashes that Saber inflicted, through careful parrying and meticulous counters. While watching the fight, Shirou was in mixed emotions about the whole thing. On the one hand, girls shouldn't fight. It was a fact of life ingrained into him since childhood. Girls shouldn't have to fight. Saber, doubly so. Shirou didn't want her to fight, but he also understood that he himself was unable to fight in her place. Willing to, but unable to. It was a paradox, just one more surrounding his existence. Calm down. Informed assassin to his master. Saber'll be fine. She's the strongest of the knight classes after all. She seems to have things under control. That was true, Saber was keeping up all right. She hadn't suffered a single injury so far in the rapidly hastening conflict. This didn't stop Shirou worrying though. Assassin, can't you go help her out? He asked. Now. Shrugged the traitorous Shinigami. She's got it sorted. Besides which, should guard you instead. Assassin had chosen to remain in defense, as backup and to keep an eye on his young master. Idari stopping him from doing something stupid. I see, your weapon is 3 shaku long and 4 sun wide. A typical Western sword it seems. Impressive. Replied Saber. You judged the length of my blade. How? You used no magic and you haven't exchanged blows with my weapon, you merely parried them. What can I say, mine is an unorthodox style of swordplay. A katana is made to cut through speed and technique, a Western sword through weight and power. As such, our styles of swordplay cannot match up with one another. I must use every little trick to match you. So that my weapon is not shattered. Things were looking down, Sasaki now knew the length of Saber's weapon, so could fight much more aggressively. Saber hoped this aggression would motivate him to leave his advantageous higher ground. No, she wasn't that lucky. What Sasaki lacked in endurance, mana and strength, he made up for with patience. Things only escalated from there. Sparks upon sparks, metal upon metal, every strike and every slice honed to kill. Blades were swung, attacks countered, skills matched to a degree that no normal human could even comprehend half the movements made. Truly the spectacle was the very definition of a death match. Regardless of the skill, nothing changed. Sasaki never retreated a step, nor could Saber overcome him due to the terrain advantage. Truly, it is troublesome facing one with an invisible sword. Commented Sasaki regretfully. Even if I can predict your blade's length, it is still a bother. His long weapon curved in its slice, the arc of death aimed itself at Saber's neck. Saber! Screamed Shirou, who longed to rush in, if not for assassin holding him back. He didn't need to worry, Saber dodged, trying to get past the samurai's defense, but failing. She couldn't find an opening to exploit. Regardless, Shirou managed to break free of assassin's grip and rushed towards the two fighters. He may not have been skilled, he would certainly die if he fought the samurai, but he couldn't just leave a girl to fight him either. Perhaps he could make an opening if he fought Sasaki too. DMN it master. Grumbled assassin as he followed after him. Suddenly, Shirou stopped, placing a hand to his pounding head. Something wasn't right. The scenery was distorted, figures swirling, he couldn't focus on what was before him. Momentarily, his vision went dark, before returning, even more distorted than before. Was it some sort of mirage magic? Everyone else was fading away. How can this be? Mumbled Saber. Forced teleportation. Only a caster could do such a thing. Saber. Crocked Shirou as assassin caught up and placed a strong hand on his shoulder. You're fading away. No, master, it is you who is fading. Saber turned to run after her master, only. Clash. Sasaki wasn't letting up on his attack. Ichigo. barked the assassin mournfully. It seems like this is the witch's plan. I'll have to finish you off quickly before you fade away. Assassin! Bellowed Saber. Protect him. Aye, ma'am. Nodded assassin, clenching the hand gripped to Shirou, to ensure that he was connected to his master. I shall follow once this servant is dealt with. Concluded Saber, turning her attention back to her fight, delivering a powerful strike toward Sasaki's weapon. Teleportation. What's going on? You'll see. Stated assassin, a grin still etched into his face. The world seemed to blink. The stairs surrounded by forest. A clear lakeside at night. Stairs. Lake. Stairs. Lake. Stairs. And lake. A flash of light, Shirou and his servant were pulled from the third dimension into another, then various others, before being deposited into the original plane of existence, only in another location. For a moment, Shirou was stunned. What had happened? Blood pounded in his forehead as his organs almost seemed to shift back into place. Assassin took the experience better, having experienced spatial Kido in the past. Assassin gave no delay, wordlessly releasing his Shirkai and extended it as he swung, hoping to take out the summoner's feet before they even had the chance to act. It was blocked by an open palm, that of Lancer, whom had bent down and was now holding the edge in his bloody hand. Snorted an arrogant voice. How unfortunate. It seems that my fishing rod has reeled in the wrong fish. The voice belonged to that of a witch, the one Sasaki had warned them about. Garbed in a purple and black robe that obscured her shapely form and face, adorned with golden jewelry and a twisted smile, she was the perfect rendition of a traditional fairy tale witch. Caster. Identified assassin. How nice of you to invite myself and my master to visit. A shame, I was hoping to bag myself a saber. Haughtily, Caster dismissed them, turning to her own servant, whom still held the Zanpakuto in his hand. Luckily, I brought my own servant along, just in case. Shirou shook of his unsteady head, choosing to grip his wooden buken tighter. A servant summoning a servant? Isn't that against the rules? Luckily, I can screw the rules. After all, I am a magus from the age of gods. Why shouldn't I be able to summon a servant? Caster turned to Lancer. Lancer, don't fail me now. Kill assassin. I have no need for another weak servant. I shall take the command seals from the boy myself. Of course. Master. Inclined the servant once known as Ulquiorra. Good ol' Espada number 4. Said assassin happily. Fancy teamin' up against a beach? Come on, we both have the same true master. Lancer simply placed a second hand on the outstretched weapon, then swung, throwing the servant of assassination to one side. No. Following this, he flashed in a burst of sonido, forcing his combatant and himself to another location to fight in. Shirou was left to the mercy of Caster. Oh, you're all alone now, commented the witch dryly. Shirou said nothing, he merely continued to glare at the servant, wishing that he had his wooden sword with him, the one he had unfortunately dropped during the confusion of his forced teleportation. He knew he would lose, but perhaps if he got a clean hit in or if he surprised her. It seems like you shall die now, continued Caster. If only you had thought through your attack a little more, boy. Magical energy gathered at her fingertips, pulsating sinisterly. The purple energy continued to form, and Shirou at that point realized in a few seconds the magic would be fired and he would die. He would die. He would die without fulfilling his father's dream of being a hero. He would die without gaining redemption for his sin of living. He was going to die. Goodbye, foolish master. Shirou shut his eyes, the energy was fired, the whooshing sound of several things being fired could be heard. Spilt blood dripped onto the stone ground. A little girl? Snorted the bloodthirsty Lancer indignantly. We march out here, looking for a fight for 3 hours. And then the massively epic fight I was promised turns out to be against a little girl? Pretty much. Said Bazette. Are you disappointed, oh patient one? She finished sarcastically. USCK. Stated Lancer. We're gonna have to kick the butt of a little girl. Castor. Right. Castor marched over to Lancer and smacked him round the head. Shut up, Lancer. Yes, master. The white-haired girl giggled. You're all so funny. I might just leave you alive since you amuse me so much. Shut up, brat. Retorted the enforcer wearily. Look, materialize your servant. Fine, fine, fine. Giggled the snow fairy as she twirled on the spot. If you want to fight Hercules so badly, then go ahead. He's only lost 2 lives anyway. Did she just say Hercules? Asked Bazette to Castor, her only link to sanity in this seemingly mad war. Why yes she did. Hell yeah. Air bumped Lancer. Now that is a worthy opponent. The girl curtsied with all the form and grace of a princess, although the grin on her face seemed more akin to a girl staring at a doll she was about to break than that of a master about to face a threat. My name is Ilia von Einsborn. And this is Hercules. She returned to neutral position, cleared her throat, then called out to one who would always hear her cries. Berserker. Suffice to say, the greatest of demigods answered her call, appearing behind her in his full titan-like glory, armed with a stone slab of what barely resembled an axe sword. Unstoppable by all but the strongest attacks, the behemoth really could claim to be the strongest summoned servant in that Grail war. In fact, only one spirit could possibly contest its place. Well, Lancer. Gulped Bazette as she felt such a pressing feeling of death and doom, despite her own experience and abilities, and finally realized that she had been thinking of servants lightly. She doubted her own noble phantasm would even scratch the slayer of the Nemean lion. That it seems like you got the fight you were looking for. Lancer merely grinned as he summoned his cursed spear to hand. He might be up against Hercules, summoned forth as a berserker of all things, but he would still die by Gibalg's hands. Yes, it seems I do. Berserker. Commanded Ilia imperatively. Kill them all. Roared Hercules, the chains binding him finally turned loose. He charged with the physical force of a speeding locomotive, doubled and swung his weapon in a wide, awkward arc when he was within range of Lancer. Whoosh! Lancer wasn't the fastest of the knight classes for nothing, he easily evaded the powerful swing. Leaping back a few meters gave him time to think. It didn't last long. Berserker was on him again after 2 seconds. Sokatsui. Declared Castor, whom had been ignored up until as the lower threat. The D-class Kido spell blasted Berserker's back. It didn't harm him, but it distracted the Neanderthal long enough for Lancer to leap away once again. Ha! Laughed Ilia. That's sort of puny. I bet even my big brother could do a spell stronger than that. Perhaps so. Replied Castor with a benevolent smile. Then again, I was holding back. Master, should I stop holding back now? Yes. Declared Bazette. Yes, you should. With a smile, Castor held her arm out. With a soft thud, her weapon appeared clenched in her hand, her Zanpakuto, something she rarely ever used during the time before her death, simply because she didn't need to use it. The legendary woman held it horizontally before her, the smile still upon her face. I do hate carrying this weapon around with me. Berserker turned his full attention to the user of spells and charged. Thus, the slaughter began. Castor held out the hand not clenching her blade and pulled her fingers into a closed fist. Instantly, chains made of pure, golden light wrapped themselves around the bulky form of Berserker like a muscular, serpentine snake, crushing its divine prey. Bakudo number 63, Seijo Sabaku. Locking Benj stripes. Berserker ignored the constraints pinning his arms and weapon, continuing his mad charge. Castor only smiled. Wordlessly, she fired off 2 shikaho, followed by sokatsui, then leapt backwards to chant as Lancer re-entered the fray. Ha! Finally a challenge! Laughed the Irish hero, attempting to plunge his cursed spear into his enemy again and again, only to find that regardless of how hard he tried his weapon could not break the skin of Hercules. Ha 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 ha! Giggled Ilia. Clearly Lancer was the main power force amongst the duo of servants, only thanks to her Hercules' noble phantasm, God Hand, attacks of B rank or lower would fail to penetrate his skin. As such, Lancer would be unable to inflict any damage to Hercules, unless he had an A rank attack stashed away somewhere. Ilia doubted that though. If he had one, he would have pulled it out by now. After all, he was fighting the Hercules. You can't hold back against someone like that. Silly Lancer, you can't penetrate Hercules' skin with an attack like that. How about an attack like hers? Commented Lancer with a grin. Nimbly, he rolled to one side as Hercules burst free of his B rank constraints. The axe sword was already moving to cleave the Irishman in two, even as he parried and avoided. Finally, lightning began to roll off Castor's thin digits as she neared the end of her chant. The energy released only increased as she finished her incantation. Striking from above, thine wrath personified upon the breath of dragons, and upon the shining wings of angels. So let the heavens cleave, Heido number 88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten. Reiho. Flying dragon striking heaven shaking thunder cannon, the energy finished building and the spell beyond that of any most modern magi would be ever capable of matching in pure power, was ready to be activated. Die. Castor moved her sword arm forwards, using her other to support it. Bang! The trigger was pulled and the shot was fired. A dragon made of compressed lightning roared towards its target, eager to devour its prey whole. It bit the demigod clean through the torso, detonating on impact just to be spiteful. Unlike earlier attacks, this was a high-leveled Kido, with a full chant and a power-up and explosive potential bought through a liberal amount of additionally added Ryuryoku to fuel the engine, meaning it couldn't just be shrugged off. Far from it, this was an A-ranked attack. Even Hercules would be shocked by it. Berserker, despite being charred and despite having lost 2 lives in the attack, continued to attack for the sake of her master. Berserker, kill them. Ilia, due to being a homunculus, was rather unique when it came to command seals, since they covered her entire body. As such, she could use an infinite amount of these seals, with the only limit being that she could only use one per day. She used it then. The mad hero's speed almost seemed double, with every swing delivered afterwards possessing twice the amount of power and thrice the killing intent. Even Lancer was unable to keep up fully. Castor had decided to join him in close combat, being his second, to watch his back. Looks like I shall have to assist you, Lancer. She remarked as she endured a crushing vertical swing delivered by Hercules using the flat end of her blade to sustain her guard, while Lancer took the opportunity to try and poke the Titan's eyes out with his weapon. He failed. Do what you want, I'll kill him myself. Now Lancer was redirecting one of the impossibly strong blows, allowing Castor to tag in and slice the dark giant's free arm off. Lancer pressed the advantage with some moves of his own, but did no damage. How the hell are you injuring him when I can't? My Zanpakuto is an A rank, if that's what you're asking. Perhaps that plays a part. She dodged to the left, fired a Byakurai to distract her foe, then leapt backwards to avoid a vertical bludgeoning, while Lancer ducked underneath, cutting his own finger with his weapon as he did so. Oh yeah, well look at this. Using his noble phantasm like a brush and his own blood as the paint, he traced a symbol looking vaguely like a lightning bolt just over Berserker's heart. Now die. Gi Balg. Soilo. The lance lunged once again, seeking the heart of its target and only the heart, with no escape possible whatsoever, the power of his noble phantasm ensuring that the result of the attack would be that, the heart of the target was pierced, meaning that the cause must be, the lance has pierced through the heart, ensuring the certain death of its target once Gi Balg's name is called out. As such, the spear pierced the rune before the heart, meaning that it must have been activated by the time the result of the move was felt. The B-ranked attack inflicted by the Spear of Impaling Barbed Death and the damage caused by the Fire Rune combined together to create an effect neither could accomplish on their own, damage capable of piercing even a demigod's leaden skin. Once again Hercules died, Ilia looking on in horror. Her Hercules had been killed. Again. First it was those two morons from yesterday, now it was these ones. How? How could this woman and man face off against the strongest heroic spirit in existence and slay him 3 times between them? Bazette meanwhile, was rather happy with how events were taking place, even if she was feeling a very heavy toll on her magic circuits to power all the high-grade techniques her servants were utilizing. So far her servants had proven themselves competent enough to slay the foe before them, so she had not been forced to assist using her own combat skills. The enforcer was glad. She would surely die if she fought against that force of nature, even if she did possess a noble phantasm of her own. Ha! I managed to kill him too. Lancer removed his weapon from Berserker's body, panting happily as his own blood mixed in with his opponent's, dripping down his lance as Berserker raged, recovering the damage dealt. Shame he doesn't stay dead. He's like a certain teen you once failed to murder. Commented Caster dryly. Oh come on. He just doesn't die when he is killed. Ilia needed to make a decision. Due to this fight, her protector had lost far too many lives for comfort. Either she could throw all her chips in and count on God hand giving Hercules enough of an immunity to survive those killer attacks the next time, or she could retreat. Both ideas had their merits, but fleeing won over conquest in the end. Basically, she had no way of knowing if they had other surprises up their sleeves, so it would be better to retreat for the time being. If she got home quickly she might even be able to recover a single life if she concentrated. Yes, then tomorrow she could go after her beloved brother with her other servant while Hercules guarded the castle. Yes, Ilia was patient. She could let these two go. Berserker, stop. She commanded. Her protector did as he was instructed, returning to his maiden's side. Let's go home, I'm bored now. We'll kill them later. Ilia began to walk off, Berserker faded away to astral form. She didn't even bother guarding her back. Hercules could do that for her. Wait a minute. Complained Lancer threateningly. I still want to fight. Cool your blood, Lancer. Snapped Caster sternly, causing Lancer to scowl. We will have chances later to fight. For now, our own master needs to recover her prana. We've been quite strenuous tonight. But Lancer, stop. Bazette wasn't in the mood, so she began to walk off in the opposite direction to the other master. It's early days yet, you'll have all the fights you can stomach by the end of this little war. Shirou leapt backwards, as fast and as quickly as his frail, mortal body could manage. He could only glare at the devastation surrounding him, the devastation wrought by the single servant standing before him, one garbed in clothes of crimson intensity. Numerous missiles pierced the ground before him, with the vast majority being arrows, although 1 or 2 were aerodynamic blades. Nothing powerful or legendary, simply regular blades forged to fly through the air like a bird. Caster also leapt backwards, cradling her arm to her chest to analyze the metal piercing her arm, and to examine the ruby liquid dripping from the wound to the floor. She felt irritated. Admittedly she felt the arrival of the newest heroic spirits approaching the temple, so felt no surprise or shock, thus why she decided to finish off the foolish master as quickly as possible. What was annoying was how these later arrivals had managed to get so far into her inner sanctum. Assassin should have stopped them at the gate. Archer. Growled the amateur magus irritably. What are you doing here? He's here to pull your butt out of the frying pan, Emiya. Snapped the Red Knight's master, one Tosaka Rin. Because I just ordered him to do so. Rin refrained from saying that she had only saved him by chance, venturing to the temple not to save him but to fight the servant and master that were draining the town's life force from the ley line. It wouldn't hurt her to not mention this though. Obtaining the Master of Saber's gratitude could be useful for forging an alliance later on, if necessary. To be honest, I'm sort of sick of having to bail you out. What is Assassin doing out there? Complained the witch irritably, while activating a minor healing spell to repair the damage done to her arm, following the painful removal of the arrow. I ordered him to guard this place, not to allow my enemies in. You should praise him instead. I don't know who that samurai is, but he's holding off both Saber and the other archer, so he must be impressive. Shouldn't you be praising him instead? So that worm is holding off the others. She concluded. It seems I must finish this quickly before more foes arrive. The healing spell ended, Caster leapt backwards to give herself more space to cast. Lancer. Hurry up as well. Meanwhile Lancer was too busy fighting his opponent to pay attention to his master, so replied by firing a powerful Shirou at Assassin's head. Luckily for the white snake, he was able to dodge out of the way. A diagonal slice delivered by him afterwards was parried by Lancer's longer weapon, with the Arankar blocking all the swift moves of the extended Shirkai blade afterwards. Assassin was playing with fire, trying to fight Lancer up close. While Lancer had not released his own blade, he was still a potent fighting force, being very skilled with all types of bladed weaponry. Consequently, a sword fight with him up close was foolish at best and stupid at worst. The traitor decided to mix things up a little. For now he would use the extending property of his Shirkai to overpower the former Espada. Assassin delivered slice after slice to his target, using different lengths and directions of slices to catch his foe off guard, adding in the occasional move to liven things up every so often. Lancer took all this with vigor and patience, blocking, dodging or evading when necessary, all the while he fired off Shirou after Shirou, bala, hollow bullet, after bala, all to try and destroy his opponent as quickly as possible. Lancer was lucky in that he had no reason or need to conserve his energy like Assassin did. Lancer's master was a very competent magus, who was tapped into the powerful local ley line. As such, his master wasn't about to run out of energy to supply him with any time soon. "Ya pretty good, Lancer. I'm glad I never had ta fight you way back then. Ya certainly seem ta be stronger than your rattan," suggests, Espada number 4. "I have no reason to discuss my placement with you, Ikemara-jin." With that the Arankar flashed in a magnificent display of sonido, appearing before Assassin, narrowly avoiding the blade shortening in order to cut him, in order to punch Assassin in the face. The heroic spirit in question was thrown back a considerate distance. He needed a few seconds to regain his composure and return to slogging it out with his former ally. "The offer to team up with me against a witch is still open, you know." The man narrowly avoided the bala aimed at his chest. "No need for us to kill one another, is there?" "But there is. I hold no fondness for my master, but she is in a great position of power. I shall aid her, then claim the Holy Grail. I shall then present it to my true master. Then we should work together, Lancer." Lancer glared at the ex-captain. "I have never trusted you. Only one may win this war, and I believe that I have the greater chance of giving the reward to Aizen, than you have. You would most likely claim the Grail for yourself. Don't be ridiculous." "Ah, wouldn't do that," lied the man, stabbing at Lancer's head aggressively, the smile still deceptively raised upon his face. "Somehow, I do not believe you." Once more, Lancer used sonido to temporarily close the distance between himself and his enemy, slipping through the man's guard in the process. A bala was already ready to be used, his sword ready to follow up the attack. He underestimated his target. Jin was well versed in all aspect of Shinigami combat. This included Hakuda. The sharp upwards kick slammed into the bala carrying arm, sending the bullet of red energy off target. Spinning lightly, Jin managed to elbow the arm holding the blade poised to cut him away from himself. This gave the snake time to reel in his blade and deliver a powerful sideways cut upon the Espada number 4, torso. Said Arankar leapt back to give his high-speed regeneration the time needed to repair the damage. All the while his monotone expression attempted to gaze into Jin's closed eyelids, to discern the ex-captain's next move. Looks like this old dog still got some tricks. Or rather, this old snake has. Even as assassin and lancer continued their duel, the confrontation between Rin and her servant against Castor continued. You seem remarkably calm for being so outnumbered and outpowered, Castor. Stated Rin calmly, stalling for time. You certainly outnumber me, but overpower? No. In this temple, inside this territory, I am supreme. Castor gave a haughty smile as darkness seemed to enshroud her. No, darkness was enshrouding her. It veiled her in an aura of shadow-like magic, an aura designed for her to take advantage of the nature of the territory she had set up as her own, to teleport at the first signs of danger. Let me show you why heroes and villains alike once feared me. Archer didn't give her time to continue. In an instant, two familiar weapons rested themselves in the enigmatic man's grasps. They were called Bakuya and Kansho, and Shirou remembered them from the assault on his home. Archer dashed at Castor, his weapons already poised to cut the witch in two. Slash! The dark edge of Kansho cleaved Castor in two, or rather the cloak she was wearing was severed. What? Where's she gone? Rin puzzled over the disappearance of her enemy. Two jewels were held delicately between her fingers, just in case Castor decided that it was worth attacking the master over the servant. She can't possibly have died that easily, so find her Archer. Yes, master. Archer's sharp vision scanned over the surroundings to look for the witch. His master was right, they were fighting the witch inside her own territory. She wouldn't die that easily. Shirou knew that he too should have probably done something, but he was unable to. In his opinion, it was those two blades. They were captivating. The Magus wasn't sure what it was about them, but there was something inside them that resonated with him. He wasn't sure what, but it was something. Who wouldn't be captivated though? They were beautiful. Forged for the sake of crafting, to question the meaning of swordsmith, designed without vanity or pride, wielded by none in life, containing no desire to overcome other blades or complete great deeds. Truly they were modest weapons, blades that suited Archer to a fault. For some weird reason, Shirou felt like they suited him too. He wanted to wield them. He wanted to feel their weight in his hands. Ha! Is that the best you could do? Mocked Castor. All turned their attention toward the sky above the temple, where Castor now floated like an abstract bat, her robes billowing around her, a pale blue glow encompassing her, an unknown metal staff grasped in her palms. Now die. Castor barked a strange, foreign word, a divine word from the age of the gods, then the skies opened up and a rain of light fell down to the ground at high speeds. The Tosaka heir fled from the battleground immediately, she ran to the edge of the stairs, so she could flee down them if necessary. From what she had seen earlier, the servant that her false archer was battling seemed honorable and noble, if magically weak. She was sure that she could blast a way past him with one of the A-class spells stored in one of her jewels if she had to. Archer dealt with the rain a different way. He twisted in and out of every detonation, curving his blades around himself as he did so, to cut any blasts that became too close for comfort, by over-reinforcing his weapons, to increase their stability and defense further than they already were. Unfortunately, Shirou didn't run, even if he knew that he should have. Those two weapons, Bakuya and Kansho. They still captivated him. Seeing them in action was breathtaking. "Dmn it Emiya," growled Rin. "Move." Shirou couldn't move. Finally, the rain ended, much to Rin's relief. Then, another barrage started almost immediately. What the root? Thought the Magus with irritation. Each of those spells were a rank at minimum, so how the hell could she throw them around like they were nothing? Archer prepared to throw his noble phantasms at the floating witch, so that his hands were free to project a bow and a broken phantasm. One thing stopped him, the idiot. He looked back at Shirou who still hadn't moved. What is he, an idiot? Unfortunately, Archer knew the answer to that question. Enough of his memories had come back for him to know that. Screw it. The anti-hero muttered with irritation. Move it, you idiot. How long are you just going to stand there? Utilizing his inhuman speed, Archer managed to reach the teenage Magus in time to throw him over one shoulder and flee from the barrage of spells that were quickly nearing his location. Again and again the spells were fired as the literal rain of power bombarded the area. Put me down, demanded Shirou as he battered his fists against the other in a feeble attempt to get him to put him down. Shirou knew he was slowing the other down. Better that he be left behind than be saved by the Crimson Knight. Put me down, DMN it. We'll both be killed at this rate. Shut up, snapped Archer. I can't believe I'm saving you either. I'm about to get a mad headache from how stupid I am for saving someone as stupid as you. A pillar of magic almost struck Archer, who only barely twisted himself and Shirou out of the way. His hands were occupied with preventing Shirou from throwing himself away from him, so he was unable to deflect the projectiles that were literally dyeing the grounds of the temple in a sickly purple hue. Let go of me, you idiot. You're an idiot, yet you call me an idiot. I can take care of myself. You idiot. The pot said to the kettle, feeling annoyed that he was acting as a burden to the servant. If he had gone on alone, the servant would have already escaped. You're both idiots, declared Rin tiredly. Archer, get Shirou out of here, then kill Castor. Fine, snapped Archer. With untold ease, he threw Shirou in the general direction of his master, then turned around to charge back at Castor. That idiot, the teenage Magus felt the need to grumble as he pulled himself back to his feet with the help of Rin. He had just been thrown 5 meters. It hurt. Emiya, we can talk later. We have to get out of here now. I just can't leave that witch though. That assassin said she was the one that was causing all those injuries around town. Leave Archer and your own servant to deal with it. We'll only be a burden. No. Shirou was resolute. He had to stay. What sort of hero would run away? Kappa Epsilon Rho Alpha Iota Nu Omicron. Archer was now retaliating, so Castor decided to vary her attack choice. Instead of a barrage of magical attacks, she produced a tempest using her staff, which was a mystic code of her own design, and threw the widespread attack at her foe, to catch him off guard. Archer lobbed both of his weapons at his enemy in wide curving arcs. He hoped that their flight patterns would catch the other servant off guard. To deal with his own predicament, there was a wide area blast of thunder about to immobilize both himself and his master. Oh, and Shirou would probably get caught up in the attack too. There was only one technique Archer knew of that would protect both himself and the other humans. He looked into his one and only power, Unlimited Blade Works, a reality marble where every weapon he had ever laid his eyes upon was stored, and plucked the one artifact he needed. Ro. Ajax. The 7 rings that cover the fiery heavens materialized before Archer as he stopped running, standing his ground with the 7 petals representing 7 fortress walls to create a wall between himself and the 2 masters, and Castor. The noble phantasm that once stopped the javelin of the great hero Hector in comparison to the A-grade spell. There was no comparison. Ro Ajax stopped the spell with ease, it only broke through the first petal. Archer allowed the phantasm to fade away, since he needed to return to the offensive and because Ro Ajax forces the wielder to remain stationary, while also being costly to maintain. Archer may have had a competent magus as a master, but he still didn't have unlimited reserves of prana to utilize for combat. He projected another copy of the twin married blades and threw them as well. He hoped to pull off something reminiscent of Crane Wing 3 Realms but without the final, costly pair of altered weapons. Useless, Castor declared. She took the bait and blasted the 2 weapons flying at her head with a pair of her light spells. She failed to spot the grin on Archer's face or the second pair of married weapons flying at her from behind. Gra. Ag. The weapons dug in deep, tearing large wounds into the magus back. She that was once known by the pseudonym of the Witch of Betrayal plummeted from the air, her concentration lapsing due to her hasty attempts to heal. Like lightning, Archer pulled out his bow and a regular, altered blade, then fired it at her. As expected, Caster tapped into her territory's abilities at the last moment, teleporting to safety. Archer knew she would sow something like this, so had a backup plan. Trace on. From that hill of swords, that world of blades, Archer plucked another of his favorite, but costly, weapons, notched it upon his bow, then fired it. Khalid Balg. A vast feeling of pressure was felt all across Ryuda Temple, then streaming starlight met sudden, vibrant midnight in a collision of unparalleled proportion. All the while, Archer's eagle-like eyes scanned the light for whatever the hell the witch had pulled off to manage to match the power of his broken phantasm. Finally, the smokescreen cleared, revealing Lancer's presence to all present. He was different though. For one thing, his appearance had changed. Black protrusions grew from his back like crooked bats' wings, lacking feathers and fur. They were smooth, sharp and practical. Certainly they were closer to that of a devil's than that of an angel. Other differences included the immense killing intent radiating from him, suffocating the surroundings, his longer hair, the bone-like horns atop his head, elongated fingernails and a more form-fitting attire, closer now to bleached robes. Master, I felt fluctuations in your spiritual pressure, so I came to assist. Lancer rolled his shoulders, allowing his wings to unfurl to their full, bat-like, glory. Yes. It is correct that you have come to assist your master. Caster looked over the new form of her protector with certain satisfaction. While admiring his aura, Caster continued to heal her wounds. I am curious about your new form. No, questions can wait. For now. Kill my enemies, Lancer. Yes. Master. Green energy circled his arm briefly, before it solidified in his palm, taking the form of an acidic, green javelin. Archer figured out why he was called Lancer. Luz de la Luna. Light of the moon, the Arrancar lazily threw his projectile at Archer, who dodged. The javelin continued its flight path, it struck the outer wall circling the temple and obliterated it with ease, passing through and continuing its path until it exploded in the middle of one of Fuyuki City's various empty streets. Luckily. Watch your aim, this is my master's home. I do not wish to have to repair this later. Yes, master. Another lance was formed, then upon being thrown, the arm holding the weapon was cut clean off by an oversized weapon. Its owner was Assassin, who had only just arrived using his top speed. With flourish, Assassin zoomed to his master's side, his shurikai shortening as he moved. Hey there, master. Sorry for being so late. Lancer released his Resurrection Den pulled a fast one on me. Assassin. Shirou looked at his servant, then to Archer, then to Lancer and Caster. Help Archer kill them. It was no time for morals, Shirou knew that much. The teen had seen the damage one of those laser javelins could achieve, so Lancer had to be taken out before one of them was used to kill Tosaka or any innocent civilians. I don't think that'll work. Assassin shook his head, while he watched Lancer regrow his severed hand and manifest another of his signature weapons. That form is very tough. I don't think we could kill him without one of us getting offed. Or without reinforcements from Saber and the other archer. We should get out of here, then replan. Decided Rin. Archer, we're leaving. Who said I would let you leave? In a heartbeat, Lancer had disappeared in a flash of Sonido, before he reappeared in front of Rin, his energy lance already poised to deheart her. Bang! Rin's over-preparation saved her life. The 2 jewels she had pre-prepared in case Caster tried to attack one of the masters instead of the servants managed to burn enough of Lancer's body to slow him down, so that Assassin managed to force him away, while Archer fired some more arrows at Caster, forcing Lancer to return to her master to protect her still frail form. He needn't have bothered, Caster was weakened, not inept. Her territory still allowed her to perform feats of near sorcery, so subtly manipulating the flight paths of the arrows was hardly beyond her. Archer. Assassin turned to his fellow servant, allies in favor of fighting a greater threat, and gave the Chinese sword user a fierce glance. Take my master and yours, then go. I'll hold these two off, then catch you up. Fine. Rin turned away from the action then ran through the gate she had entered from, while Shirou remained behind, reluctant to leave Assassin to fight off two greater foes. DMNU Emiya. Do you want to die? I can't just abandon Assas. Archer didn't even listen to his former self's complaints, he simply ran up to him and knocked him round the head with the blunt end of his bow, dematerialized his current weapon, threw Shirou over his shoulder once more, then ran. My, Caster smirked at Assassin despite her wounded state. Playing the heroic sacrifice card, huh? Nah, I'm just doing what Ah said. I'll stall, then run. Well, that's what I'll do if I don't kill you, that is. And how do you intend to do that? Asked Caster smugly. Like this. Assassin eagerly pulled his weapon backwards, preparing to move. Lancer noticed the danger and sonitoed sharply to try and kill him before he had the chance. Bankai. My, I seem to just be surrounded by promising opponents tonight. The samurai summoned to the class of assassin grinned, blood dripping down his face slowly, courtesy of a shallow cut to his forehead inflicted by Saber, one that he had only narrowly escaped death from using his own superior agility, leaving a crimson trail as it fell. My chances of victory were lower when this fight started, and now that I am outnumbered, I shall surely lose. Assassin didn't care though, he had never been happier. He was a fake, nothing, no one, a copy. He was all of the above. What purpose in living does one find if their life itself is shallow and unmentionable? A person is defined by their memories and their experiences, as well as by their identity. People take the last fact for granted. Identity, a name, a history, a past, a record, something that others may identify you with. Without an identity or a reason for living, why continue? This was the general thought process for Assassin. If by miracle upon miracle, he was somehow able to last until the end of the Grail War, Assassin knew that he would wish for an identity, to be given a name with worth behind it. And then he would ask for it to be implanted into the past, as a definite history. Not just as fiction, but as fact. It was all hypothetical of course. As a false assassin, just what were his chances of winning? Pretty low. Instead, Assassin would fight and fight and fight, as many and as strong foes as possible. If he wanted identity, to be remembered, then surely the second best thing would be to clash with those that were already legends and to force them to acknowledge him. If not remembered as a person, at least he would be granted some worth in death, where he would be thought of by a select few, reminisced about due to his awesome skills. Yes, truly my fight is an impossible one. Declared the wielder of the long katana. His two foes did not respond, so he pressed on. But I shall be happy to continue it regardless. So come, grand heroes of old. See my skills and remember them, acknowledge them, may my blood coat your weapons and be remembered for an eternity. Soi Fan and Saber needed nothing more. The fight had already been long and hard, as even with a 2-against-1 advantage and a trained assassin opposing him, Assassin was too skilled to fall so easily. The archer had been forced to pull out her shuriken, forced to accept the much harsher odds, based on the length of his weapon in comparison to her tiny stinger, in the slight hopes that she might have been able to get a lucky 2-hit death combo. She didn't. All she had been able to do was place 3 of her homonka, bee crest flower, onto him, 1 on his arm, his calf and his hand. The Dmed Samurai boasted an A+ agility ranking. He always managed to move his marked areas away from her move. She herself boasted an A ranking, since she had been summoned as an archer, so unfortunately her speed had taken a sharp hit. Thus, her foe was faster than she was. Precision moves were nearly impossible against him. If only she had been summoned as an assassin. Then she could have just shunko, flash war cry, at his butt. Alas, if only. If only. My master needs me, let us finish this. Upon this declaration, Saber charged, with Soy Fawn acting to back her up. They were just about to meet blades when a sudden cry rung out. "Get out of the way!" The fleeing Tosaka Magus threw one of her jewels at the unsuspecting servant, then rushed past him on the steps, while he was busy dodging the concentrated attack. Servant Archer quickly followed, an unconscious redhead in tow. "Sorry for interrupting," apologized Archer briskly as he sprinted past. "You!" Saber directed her attention to a new target, the Red Knight that had captured her master. "We're saving his but DMN it," snapped Rin irritably. Caster hit him with a blunt wind spell, that knocked him out. She lied easily, feeling no shame, nor guilt. It was for the idiot's own good, after all. So I abandoned my assault to bail him out. I never even had any intentions of fighting Emiya. Didn't Soy Fawn explain this when we arrived? No, admitted the assassin in question sheepishly. We sort of just decided to hold off explanations until we had finished off our opponent. Temporary allies in combat. Agreed Saber. Regardless, if Master requires medical attention, I shall take him. Fine. Have the Dmed suicidal fool. Archer threw the boy at Saber, who caught him. Following this, she sprinted away from the stairs. Archer and Rin followed afterwards. Soy Fawn stared briefly at the foe he had just been fighting, assassin, who seemed reluctant to allow his prey to flee, but was allowing it to go anyway. Go, decided the sword wielder mournfully. I had no desire for a one-sided fight anyway, one-on-one is better. The fact that allowing you to leave will disappoint my master is just an added bonus. Make sure you pass on a message to that Saber. Tell her that I desire a conclusion to our fight, tell her that I look forwards to a fair contest of skills. The Master of Stealth acknowledged this. She returned to spiritual form, to decrease the strain applied to her master, then followed the group, keeping careful watch on the Saber that had temporarily been her ally. You know, just in case there was small amount of opportunism inside her strictly moral and noble soul. It never hurt to be wary. Assassin simply looked on. With a swish, he sliced his weapon 3 times in the space of a single moment, impossible though it might be, and cut a nearby tree into pieces. Next time, he would take the fight he deserved. Just this once he could allow them to leave, it would be disadvantageous to fight a group where he would be so outmatched that he would be unable to show off his skills to them. Leave. But one day we shall fight. And when we do, this steel shall taste blood. I will be remembered, they shall acknowledge me. Bankai. The 2 syllables that any sane being in the world would fear, rung out, clear and distinct, perfectly punctuated, the intent was clear. Kamashini no Yari. God-killing spear, a bright, white light erupted from his Zanpakuto. Jin aimed to kill, to destroy his opponent with the strongest ability available to him, then move his Zanpakuto forwards at the speed of 100,000 meters per second. Lancer reacted instantly upon hearing the dreaded B word. The Arankar willed 2 of his unique energy lances to appear and hunkered down before his master, to protect her from the attack that would follow. When Assassin's blade extended, Lancer was ready. The speed of the move, while not quite as high as the ex-captain once claimed, was still pretty DMN fast, applied a great deal of power and force as it struck Lancer's crossed weapons, forcing Lancer to use all of his superior strength to hold back the attack. Eventually the attack ended, with Lancer displaying no visible damage. He wasn't even panting, merely glaring at his foe. Assassin smiled back. How do you like my Bankai, Ulquiorra? Back when I was with the Godii 13, they used to compliment me on it. After all, who doesn't love a giant sword capable of extending for up to 13 kilometers? It makes for a very capable assassination tool, being the long-distance sniper of the sword-wielding world. Time for round 2. Like a trigger was pulled, the talking was over. Everyone snapped to action, all began their methods of attack. Lancer threw one of his lances, while the other kept the sword from piercing him. Assassin took advantage of his new agility to evade, returning his weapon to default as he did so. Caster used her territory to teleport to a nearby rooftop, where she continued to heal the damage done to her by the twin married blades. She also threw out a few A-rank spells, in the hope of providing an opening for her servant to finish off their foe. Following this, Assassin swept his Zanpakuto all across the temple in a wide arc. The top half of all the buildings were severed, and Caster was forced to float away to safety. Lancer allowed no further attacks, Sonido-Anji up close with his own agility, his lance was aimed at his foe's head. Assassin parried effortlessly. All the follow-up swings and moves were blocked or parried as Assassin sought to create more space for himself to work with the amazing length of his blade. Lancer understood this, so maintained his pressuring. If Assassin was allowed to escape then take advantage of his longer blade, then Lancer would struggle to strike him nearly as much as he had during their initial clash, when he was in Shirkai. Meanwhile, Caster was angrily forced to activate her second line of defense that she had implanted into all the monks that inhabited the temple, to deal with the fact that they were all waking up due to the property damage. Caster already had a first line of defense against the civilians that occupied her workplace, the civilians that her master asked her to place some effort into not killing. Unfortunately, that bounded field had been linked up to runes, to ensure that she would not have to maintain its upkeep, and was damaged by the destruction to the temple. It only maintained an uninterrupted sleep anyway. Because the array was damaged and the runes disrupted, she activated the subliminal commands she had imputed into all of the monks when she took over the temple. The command was simple, to leave the building and gather by the lake. She also activated a runic bracelet used to communicate with her master, and asked him to accompany the monks, since his skill set would be unsuited towards fighting Assassin, and since she would prefer for him to not get impaled by a sword that was by all rights too large to wield. Shirou. The close-ranged and enhanced Shirou was flung at Assassin's chest, leaving little room to dodge. Assassin evaded it anyway, simply because he was a real troll at times. Or perhaps a cockroach, or a snake. He wouldn't die so easily. Taking the Shirou as the break from combat he needed, Assassin sped away at full speed. Lancer followed, equally as fast as the traitor. With the head start to put him ahead of Lancer, Jin leapt across the broken temple wall and into the forest, then equipped his presence concealment cloak that Aizen had given him, and lurked. I nearly forgot that he was an assassin. Monologued Lancer monotonously. I shan't misplace this knowledge in the future. Caster approached his servant speedily. I can't sense his presence through my ownership of this territory, he's outside my range. That, or his cloak is shielding him. Master, either he has retreated to attend to his master, or he is still lurking like a snake, ready to lunge out and plant his teeth into our ankles. I recommend we burn the forest, that will smoke him out. Too many questions will be raised if the forest burns down, too much attention. Defend me, Lancer. He has to attack sometime, and when he does. She left the threat unfinished. The more time she was left alone, the quicker her magical reserves would recover, meaning that not only would Lancer be prepared to counter, but Caster would also be able to assist much more. So Lancer and Caster waited, and so Assassin stalked his prey. The forest was his natural environment, the perfect hunting ground for a snake to hide in. It would be remarkably simple for Assassin to pick off his foes from afar, even outside the wall, considering that he had a presence detection skill of C and a weapon that was capable of piercing the wall like it was soggy paper. Finally, he was in position, and was confident that he could make his kill. Assassin readied himself to stab. Buto, Renjin. Null step, serial blade. Only Lancer was able to react in time, and that was just barely in time. He was able to redirect the first, second and third move, but after that it was beyond him. Lancer was not weak, or slow, but the speed at which Assassin's sword was contracting and expanding was unreal, even by Soul Society standards, which were pretty DMN high. Upon the third strike, Caster's much less advanced senses were able to identify the attack, so she teleported away to the far side of the temple. It was just what Assassin was waiting for, and Lancer knew it. Whoosh! A single flash of sonido later and Lancer had smashed through the wall from which the moves were coming through. The next moment, four energy lances had been produced and were already thrown, along with the one that he had been holding at the time. The first one was aimed directly at the source of the moves, the second and third to either side of him in case he tried to evade, while the fourth was directed in front of him, and the fifth behind. All were altered to explode with an even bigger bang than normal, at the price of a more fragile composition and a costlier price for making them. Suffice to say, it was all overkill, but if it killed the threat before it was able to injure or end the life of his master, therefore damaging the Arrancar as well, then it was a worthy waste. Bang! The colossal explosion tore the earth asunder as it occurred, scattering and destroying trees, rocks, and plant life as the blast created from 5 separate Luz de la Luna combined destroyed the area that Assassin had been momentarily occupying. A blackened scar was left upon the mountain's landscape. He wasn't there anymore, he had already started moving after the third move. As such, the large explosion failed to hit him and the attack continued. Castor considered herself safe on the other side of the temple, but she was paranoid, and with good reason. The spot she had escaped to was surrounded by a small, bounded field that she had made 3 days ago, just in case some heavy fire power was ever rendered on the temple from afar. The field itself focused on collecting mana from the atmosphere surrounding it, then producing a powerful shield around a concentrated 1 meter squared area. It was her final, last-minute defense, for if she had no time or prana to urge something more powerful or more stable, like herself created Mu Alpha Rho Delta Omicron Xi spell, which replicated the defenses applied upon the original Argos. It wasn't really made for physical sword attacks though. 2 moves of the Zanpakuto, then it cracked. Another 2 later, it broke. Splat! Metal pierced through flesh and left an piece of itself behind, inside the body of its victim. Why? Demanded a shocked Castor. Why? Because you are my master. Replied Lancer, having taken the blow for himself instead. The spear of God-killing twitched inside his chest, to the left of his hollow hole, vermilion liquid dripped down from its edge and onto the floor, before retracting back towards its wielder. You fool! Declared Cater sternly, returning to her normal spiteful personality. Now I'm going to have to heal you at some point. Lancer sighed irritably, grasping at his chest wound. Just typical that his master was more worried about having to heal her servant's wounds rather than grateful that said servant had saved her from said wounds. Lancer missed Aizen, at least he would never have to be saved in the first place. Lancer waited for Assassin to begin his assault again while he tasked his body with regenerating the stab wound now adorning the Arrancar's chest. With all the work he had put into maintaining his regeneration capacity, a small wound like that should have been easy. It wasn't. Lancer scrunched up his face in general astonishment. He put more effort into it, directing all of his spiritual energy over to the wound. It still wasn't healing. It wasn't healing. The espada with the greatest high-speed regeneration was unable to heal an insignificant stab wound. Such a thing was impossible. Master. It refuses to heal. Informed the Arrancar as the pain increased. You fool. Here, let me look at it. Castor approached her foolish servant. She knew from past experience that he had been able to recover from having his arm cut off, so perhaps the wound was cursed. While Assassin was hiding, she might as well perform some quick first aid. Castor studied the wound and sensed no magical energy around it, which would hinder the recovery. In fact, there was nothing wrong with the wound. It was seemingly normal. Assassin arrogantly approached from the forest, his hands held in the air in a mock surrender and his blade strapped to his side. Although it was still in Bankai mode, just in case, "Hey Castor, I thought you'd like to know something." "What?" responded the witch in question. "Surely you wish to inform me of your decision to accept your death like a good pawn, for why else would you approach 2 servants without your weapon drawn?" Assassin smiled, then pulled one of his raised arms down and looked at his wrist, as if studying a watch. "You came here to gloat," finalized Lancer. Cut to the chase. You wouldn't reveal yourself unless you were confident on your survival in doing so. Ah, it's no fun if you hurry things along. Assassin continued to study his non-existent watch. I mean, the present I left you should be kicking in right about now. Lancer fell to one knee as the pain intensity increased tremendously. Caster prepared to fire a spell, so Assassin interrupted. Do wait, Caster. If you kill me now, then who'll tell you about the poison? Poison? She demanded. What poison? The poison that lines the inside of my Zanpakuto, the blade that your dear servant took for you. You see, my Bankai works by turning the whole thing into dust for a single moment, then recreating it in a longer form. When I do this though, I can choose to leave behind some of the dust laced in the poison. Assassin no longer had either of his hands held in the air. One now patted his weapon affectionately, while the other pointed knowingly at the wound. It's a very deadly poison, it destroys all the cells in your body, one by one. Very painful as well. It suits me, this venom belonging to a snake like myself. I have no choice then, owning a useful servant is too useful to my plans, so I'll allow you to leave if you hand over the antidote. Caster decided that it would be better to barter for an antidote rather than make one herself. If this poison really killed all the atoms in your body, it would undoubtedly require a complex cure that she simply had no time to make. How about no? Assassin grinned. You see, why should I get your permission to leave when I can escape anyway? Fool, I won't let you escape. Caster scraped the bottom of her magical reserves and uttered a few short words. The earth around Assassin liquefied, then began to reharden, with Assassin's lower body trapped inside. Thanks to the spiritual nature of Ryuta Temple, the ground, walls and sky were unable to be crossed by spiritual bodies, so Caster knew that by using this method of entrapment Assassin would be unable to simply return to his spiritual body and pass through the ground. Oh dear, looks like AHM trapped. Assassin didn't seem particularly fussed about this. In fact, he was quite amused. What's so funny? Smirked Caster. You can't exactly leave now, can you? Yes, I can. Disagreed the Shinigami. Give it some time. No, give me the antidote. There isn't one. Caster reinforced her shoe, then kicked him in the stomach. There really isn't one. Why would I ever need to make another kick? Caster returned to Lancer, who was lying on the floor. The Arrancar had returned to his normal form, to conserve the energy with which he could use to slow the poison. Caster coated her hand in prana, then decided that she would pluck the piece of sword from Lancer's chest. Perhaps getting rid of the source of the poison would halt the corruption long enough for her to either collect an antidote from her captive or to brew one herself. DMN. Caster had always been better at making poisons, rather than curing them. She vowed to torture her prisoner anyway, regardless of whether he provided an antidote anyway. Wouldn't do that. Stated Assassin matter-of-factly. The poison has already spread, taking my blade fraction out would only spread the poison to your hand. Then give me the antidote. Raged Caster. Well, I would love to. Remarked Assassin cheekily. If I had one. I am going to mutilate your body. Remarked Lancer. You will pay for this. No, I won't. Shrugged Assassin. I mean, Master will surely wake up soon, and being the bleeding heart that he is, he'll use a command seal to summon me. Then I will just have to break your connection with him. Declared the witch, pulling her noble phantasm out, Rule Breaker, a dagger capable of severing any contract, of breaking any magecraft in existence. Caster knew that it would be pushing it, but she was certain that she could pull of a single usage of it, if given time. Too late. Sing-sung Assassin mockingly. He could feel the tugging in his magical core that signified a summoning from his young master. He's used a seal. But before I go, it's time I got my present to really activate. Koros, Kamishini no Yari. Kill, God-killing spear. The pain Lancer felt doubled. He looked down and saw that his wound was beginning to enlarge. DMNU Ikamaru. Scorned Lancer. DMNU. Love ya too, Espada numero 4. Bye. Assassin answered the tugging sensation in his soul and slipped through existence itself to leave Ryuda Temple and return to his master's side. After Shirou had awoken, it took merely seconds for him to remember the situation, Ida Archer knocking him out and Assassin staying behind to hold their enemies off, and use one of his command seals to summon the Shinigami back to his side. Come, Assassin. Following the wrenching sensation of a command seal being spent, the snake in question made his grand reappearance, grinning with the same intensity as ever. About time you summoned me. He lectured. I mean, it wasn't easy picking a fight against an Espada, you know. When you called me back, I only had a few minutes left of my Bankai. Saber, you can put me down now. Reminded Shirou before he continued. Saber complied. I'm glad you're not dead, Assassin. Assassin merely tilted his head in that inquisitive fashion that he was known for. Did you have that little faith in me, Master? Of course I'd come back alive, me. A snake doesn't get skinned that easily. Oh, enough with the constant snake references. We get it. You're snake-like. Snapped Rin, who stood with her two servants to one side. Hang on, why are you here, Tosaka? Shirou was confused. Her remembered getting knocked out by Archer, but since he woke up in Saber's arms being carried, he assumed that Saber had taken him off Tosaka's hands, meaning she must have left. What reason did she have to stick around anyway? In her words, they were enemy masters. Why would she stick around? To get my payment off you, obviously. She huffed. Archer here bailed you out way too much tonight, I never even intended to save you. I went there to kill the witch. So you'll have to repay me for all the trouble you've put me through. I was the one who did all the work. Grumbled Archer briskly. Don't make me use a command seal for a stupid reason, Archer. Fine. We both bailed the idiot out, better. Archer conceded the point for now. It didn't matter who had saved Shirou, he was still alive. Archer knew that this fact was pretty much the opposite of whatever his intentions for the war were supposed to be. Archer wanted to kill Emiya Shirou with all his body, mind, heart and soul, so why did he save his hypocritical, worthless life? Much. Regardless, we want our payment. And what if my master doesn't want to owe any favors? Countered Assassin. Then we can fight here and now. Soy Fawn declared this rather happily. She was quite happy to get all the fighting out the way now. It would be remarkably simple for her to wordlessly release her Shirkai, then use her amazing agility to whiz past both servants and kill the master with a double-tap instant kill from her Zanpakuto. Assassin might put up a fight, but she was certain that even if he had a similar agility rank to her, due to still being in Bankai, she would still be able to outpace him and kill the boy once Assassin is forced to return to his Shirkai form. Saber would be the greater threat, although she trusted the other archer to keep her busy. Enough, Assassin. Shirou sighed. This whole night's been a disaster. We didn't take out any enemy servants, and I can't just leave that witch alone now that I know she is the one causing all the incidents in town. I don't want to fight Tosaka, and since her servant saved. He struggled to speak that word. It still left a bitter taste in his mouth to be saved by that man, since he knew that such an occurrence probably shouldn't ever happen. Saved me, he repeated. I suppose I do owe her one. As long as it doesn't hurt any civilians, I'll play ball. Master, while I do believe in paying back debts and assisting those that save your life, this is war. Saber pointed out. She knew a lot about war, and the Grail War in particular. Alliances were bloody, messy affairs, where nearly no one ends up benefiting in the end due to the fact that you would be forced to fight those that you once allied with. Chivalry should never be looked down upon, but it is not a wise move to agree to a favor of some kind, or any other payment, in a situation like this. Saber is right. Agreed assassin, half unsheathing his blade, forcing Soy Fawn to prepare to draw her own weapon, while Saber and Archer tensely waited for blood to be spilt or contracts to be formed. We'll have Ta kill them anyway later on. Screw repaying them, let them meet my blade. It's already tasted the blood of one servant tonight, and has left its deadly poison behind, so let my Zanpakuto feed again while I can still maintain Bankai. Shirou didn't actually know what Bankai was, but it sounded impressive. No, let's hear what you want. The fact that the not-so-perfect school idol that he secretly admired wanted something from him, didn't influence his decision in any way whatsoever. Well, Rin placed a finger to her lips and thought deeply, before her expression turned downright devious. For now I'll have you and your servants walk me home, we'll talk there. But you have to promise to do exactly what I say. Fine, fine. Shirou sighed wearily. Anything for the night to end without any more bloodshed. Let's just go. The group of 6 began to continue the small trek to the Tosaka estate, with a very smug Rin leading the way. Archer just hoped that whatever plan that Vixen had cooked up, it didn't involve him in any way. Graghai! Cried out the errand car known as Ulquiorra, the Espada No. 4, Aizen's most trusted subordinate. Again and again the bestial roar came from within him, no matter how much he tried to silence it. He had managed to endure an entire night of command seal torture from his master, so why the hell was this poison so painful? The Lancer knew the answer, it was because it was Ikimara Jin's poison. Of course it was going to be not just deadly, but also bloody painful. Oh, do shut up. Snapped Castor as she scrambled over all the goods she had rapidly collected together within what seemed to be seconds to treat the poison. YRR- just to get some thinking space, Castor carved a silencing rune onto her servant's shoulder temporarily. The next step of the procedure was to silence his nerves temporarily, no easy task considering how he told her that he was inhuman. Vampires, demigods and other beings were notoriously difficult to treat, since their anatomy differed, while various techniques would refuse to work on their bodies. DMN the root. She cursed. She wasn't made for healing people, or performing life-saving surgeries on them. What little medical magecraft she grasped came from keeping her victims alive for longer, not allowing them to return to fighting order. If Assassin had been the one to be poisoned, she wouldn't have bothered attempting to heal him, since he was so useless. The recent fight had shown Lancer's worth though, having a passable fighter able to actually leave the temple was a godsend. Forgive me, a witch send. He also took that wound for her. She was sure that her own body would have been able to hold out for the short amount of time that Lancer's had. She would have either died taking the wound, would have been knocked out, so would be unable to operate on herself, or would have been in too much pain to have performed it anyway. In a nutshell, Lancer saved her life. Willingly. Such a thing hadn't happened to her very often, the last person to save her had been her current lover Suchira Kazuki. My numbing magecraft isn't working, so unless you stop struggling, I'm going to pull a kidney out. Lancer managed to force his body to stop scrambling, even as the hole in his chest continued to increase. Thanked the root twice over that his high-speed regeneration was slowing the poison down, by reproducing new body cells nearly as quickly as they were being destroyed. Good. Now, I'm going to be making this up as I go along, so if you die, don't complain. Lancer wasn't exactly reassured. Then again, he was past the point of caring by now. You want to do what? Shirou practically screeched, spraying tea across the mahogany table that the group was sitting at. Soy Fawn seemed rather disgusted by such a vulgar response, although she too was just as surprised by what Rin had suggested. Saber was too shocked to reprimand her master, while Assassin was too busy preventing himself from cackling with glee. Archer however, snapped the delicate teacup he was drinking from, thus scathing hot liquid burned his legs. He ignored it, there were much more pressing matters. It's rather simple really. Commented Rin offhandedly as she sipped her tea, as if nothing was out of the ordinary about what she had just said. I just suggested that we swap servants for a bit. Out of the question. Denied Saber immediately. I must stand by my master's side, I swore an oath. And I refuse to be that idiot servant, even for a bit. Agreed Archer briskly. What the hell are you thinking? Clever things. Grinned Rin mischievously. It's strategically sound though, and everyone wins. If we swap my red archer for your saber, then I get the saber I've always wanted, albeit temporarily, and Emiya fulfills his debt to me for bailing him out far too often. Still out of the question. Demand something else. Saber was insistent. Swapping her allegiances, no matter for how short a time limit, would be against her code. It's still dmed stupid anyway. Raged Archer. Tactically, it benefits us both in the war. If that Lancer-caster pair winds up seeing either of us alone with the other's servant, they'll assume that one of us killed the other and took their servant to replace one lost in the fight. Similarly, Caster won't be expecting for the two of us to have swapped servants. Meanwhile, if either of us meet new enemies, they'll assume that both servants are our own. When we swap back. Rin let the comment go unfinished. The idea was too dmed awesome for her to stop grinning. I admit that it is strategically sound, spoke Saber. But I still can't accept such an idea. Look, you have a faulty connection with your master, Shirou, right? Saber nodded her head, remembering how that detail had came up before when Rin had first explained the rules of the war to Shirou. Well, I have a very powerful crest, and some DMN fine magic circuits of my own, so I could probably support two servants, so long as they aren't both releasing noble phantasms left, right and center at the same time. I think that I could form a partial servant link with you. Declared Rin happily. In some old notes that my father left me, he mentioned that another master in the Fourth War had a servant that was fueled by two masters, so I could do something like that. Hell, I probably wouldn't even have to do a TNTRC ritual. Probably. Rin had no qualms about a TNTRC ritual if necessary. While she had never exactly batted for the other team, she would still be willing to do it if it got her a fully powered Saber to play around with. Saber also looked pretty cute too. That factor helped. Archer, the only other person in the room to know what a TNTRC ritual was, grabbed Soifan's untouched tea. The enemy might have poisoned it while we were out. She had claimed, and promptly gulped it down, just so that he could pit it out again, like Shirou had earlier. So let me get this straight. Began Shirou hesitantly. You want me to trade Saber for that idiot? No way, Saber is. Didn't you promise to do whatever I said? Reminded Rin. So. Shirou didn't think he could survive a long amount of time with him without trying to murder Archer. Archer didn't think he could survive a short amount of time without trying to murder Shirou. Assassin, however, was thinking of placing a bet with Soifan to see how long the two of them would last without killing one another. He planned to bet high, since he'd interfere to protect his prize money. His master as well, although he came second to the prize money. I swear that I'll kill that idiot. Admitted Archer adamantly. Make me go with him and you'll have a corpse on your hands by the end of the week. Okay then. Archer, I command you to never harm Shirou ever again, whether directly or indirectly. Rin's second command seal flared, and Archer despaired. With that in place, killing that dmed fool would be incredibly difficult. Rin turned to Saber, a smile still on her face. Better now. Archer can't even harm Emiya now. Besides which, Archer's already saved Emiya thrice today. I'm certain that he'll be unable to stop himself from doing the same again. I still don't know. The Emiya Magus was still reluctant. From the beginning Saber had always been there for him, from the moment he had summoned her she had been his right-hand woman. It wouldn't feel right without her there to accompany him. Look, stop worrying. I've already used another command seal for the sake of this plan, so you'd better go through with this. Shirou flinched. He was certain that Rin would find a way to get even with him eventually. It might just be best to go through with the plan, since Rin had pointed out a few good things about it. He owed her as well, he couldn't just let the debt continue to rise, since the next request might be much more hazardous. Fine, I'll agree to it. Shirou might also be able to find out more on those wonderful twin swords that Archer owned. He might even get the chance to wield them, if he was lucky. Excellent. Rin clapped her hands together and smirked at her new temporary servant. For now, let's make this swap last for about a week. We can change this deal later, if we need to. Very well then. Conceded Saber reluctantly. I just wish to point out that I am still loyal to my true master, not you. Fair enough. Now then, Saber, we should see about getting you that prana link with me established. Rin was a little too eager to get started, in Shirou's opinion. Likewise, we should get going, assassin. Archer. Archer had decided to stop talking, nothing good would come of it. He simply nodded, then returned to his astral form. I don't suppose this means that this is something like an alliance. Perhaps a non-aggression treaty. Waved off Rin quickly, eager to get started on her new saber. Now you should get going, we have school tomorrow. The trio of Archer, Assassin and Shirou walked through the moonlit streets of Fuyuki, silent, as there was nothing to say. Shirou was still irritated at having Archer as a servant, and Archer was still irritated at having Shirou as a master, no matter how short the arrangement turns out. Assassin was merely enjoying the mood and resting. He mentioned that using his bankai was costly, and that he would probably only be able to use his trump card once more throughout the PRD of the Holy Grail War. Finally, they arrived at the Emiya household. Shirou led them inside and boiled some tea for them to drink before they slept. Shirou knew that he needed to talk to his new servant before he went to sleep. He wouldn't be able to rest at all otherwise. Archer. Shirou addressed the hostile servant. We need to talk. Archer materialized and sat at the low Japanese table. What do I have to say to an idiot like you? Shut up, Archer. I want to know, why did you save me? Shirou popped the question. He had to know. Archer was an enigma, a mystery, a puzzle. He was a servant that didn't seem to fit, and he was too DMN familiar for him to just ignore. No reason, it was a whim. Archer shrugged, looking disinterested at the way the conversation was going. I only saved your stupid life because I was there, and because my master would have been displeased otherwise. That's a lie. A tired-looking assassin appeared across the table from Archer, next to his master. You saved my master a few too many times tonight, when you should have been focusing on your own. Fine. I just didn't want that idiot to die just yet. He's an idiot, but I try to avoid unnecessary deaths, and he could always be of use later. Archer tried to rationalize his decision. He tried to make it seem like he had saved Shirou not because he wanted to, but because of a calculated reason. Besides which, that idiot has Saber and Assassin. They might have been needed later on to take out that Lancer and Caster pair, or they would have attacked me with their last remaining strength, so I couldn't let him die just yet. I still can't accept you saving me. Decided Shirou. We might have to work together now because of Tosaka's scheming, but I still can't accept you. Same with me. Archer glared at the teenage magus. I can't accept you, or the idiotic ideal that you follow. Heroism. Helping people. No one ever having to die. Archer scoffed, a pained look painted his face for a brief second, before it faded, replaced by more cynicism, so that he could dissect his temporary master's ideology. Don't be ridiculous. Not everybody can be saved, only a fool thinks otherwise. One must die to save 10, 10 must die to save 100, sacrifices must be made. Shut up. Snapped Shirou, despite knowing that Archer's words held some truth. Kiritsugu had always told him that not everyone could be saved, but Shirou couldn't accept anything other than complete survival. Only by following this impossible ideal could he repent for the sin of living. He was proud of his ideals, he had taken them from his deceased adopted father, and had tried to maintain them for as much as possible, striving to be the superhero that his father had never been. He couldn't stop just because the going was tough. Is it wrong to want to help people? Demanded the Magus. Is it wrong to want to be a hero? Is it wrong to want to not let anyone die? No, there isn't. Even if it's impossible, I'll keep trying. Even if you had to dirty your hands with so much blood that you would never be able to see anything but crimson on them ever again. Could you continue those pathetic thoughts if you had to murder innocent people for the sake of the rest of the population? No. Denied Shirou. I'd try to save all of them. What if doing so doomed them all? What if in trying that gambit, you failed? What if? Archer was almost rhetorical now, asking himself as much as Shirou these questions. I'll try anyway. Idiot. Archer slammed a fist onto the table. The untouched tea on its surface shook, creating 3-minute puddles. Then think about the people who would die if you didn't sacrifice others. Could you pursue this self-destructive path if walking down it led to the death of everyone you knew? Taiga, Issei, Rin. Sakura. Shirou ignored that Archer somehow knew who all of his friends were, in favor of denying the idea of someone like Sakura dying because of him. No, I'd never let Taiga or Rin or Issei or Sakura die. Never. Perhaps you'd have to kill those that you loved in a pathetic fashion to save the whole of Fuyuki. Speculated Archer gravely. Imagine if the only way to save the world would be to kill the one person in the world that you didn't want to kill. Could you do it? I don't know. Snapped Shirou. I just don't know. I'll follow my ideals to the end, but I won't ever let Sakura or anyone else die. Sakura and Taiga and all the rest had all been part of his life for so long that he couldn't imagine their deaths. On the other hand, he couldn't imagine allowing the entirety of Fuyuki die, just to save their lives. It was contradictory, it was undecidable, it was impossible. You dmed hypocrite. Lamented Archer. A tanned hand came to point at the master confrontationally. Make up your god dmed mind. Would you follow your ideals, or save those close to you? I don't. No. You can't even do anything anyway. Accused Archer. You could never follow your ideals through anyway, you're too weak. You could never save everyone, because you're weak. Then teach me. Retorted Shirou as he rose to his feet, to point at Archer in return. If I'm so weak, then train me. Make me strong, you cynical bstrd. Then I'll show you, I'll save everyone, and if I can't at least you can say that you were right. Silence suffocated the table, even Assassin had nothing to say. Shirou expected all sorts of cynical and insulting responses to his declaration, so he wasn't expecting the answer that he received. Fine. I'll train you, if only to shut you up. Emiya Shirou, I'll destroy your idiocy and shatter your ideals, but you'll be better for it in the end. He stood up and walked to the door, fading away as he did so. Shirou caught his last words, just before he disappeared. Training starts tomorrow. Darkness ensnared Ryudu Temple. Following the property damage, many monks had been forced to abandon their rooms, but it had been late enough that most of them had been able to fall asleep. The only beings awake inside the Japanese building were Lancer and Castor, with Castor's master only deciding to rest at the insistence of Castor. She had far too much work to do to be distracted by her lover. The work itself was difficult. Lancer's ailments were extremely difficult for her to treat. Firstly, she had to remove the piece of Zanpakuto excreting the poison from inside Lancer's wound. Then she had to somehow halt the poison acting in his body, that was multiplying despite the fragment being removed. By all rights Lancer should have died thrice over. When he recovered, Castor was certainly going to acknowledge her servant for his tenacity, if nothing else. In the end, she had to use up all of the potions of false immortality that she had brewed with her phenomenal potions-making skills. She had been given no time to brew anything to specifically target the poison, so using the potion of immortality to temporarily force the poison to become inactive, and allow his body to heal, seemed to be the only treatment. It was only a temporary fix. She'd have to brew an additional potion every 3 days if she wanted him to live. He saved her life though, he took a fatal injury for her. Because of this, Castor felt justified to give aid to her servant in just this one occasion. "So you managed to save my life." Lancer commented on this fact dryly, as he lay upon a futon in one of the temple's many undamaged rooms. Castor sat next to him, checking his body for any other abnormalities. "I did not expect that after hearing Ikamaru's explanation. I suppose that there was a reason that he was Master's right-hand man." "I only saved you because you're useful," declared Castor. "Once you lose your worth, I shall stop supplying you with the potion that shall maintain your false life." Lancer's face distorted into what might have been considered a grin, as far as Lancer's standards went. "Yes, I misjudged you when we first met. You're a lot more like my true master than I ever gave you credit for. I care nothing for your old loyalties," Castor sternly stated. "I am responsible for your continued life on this world, so I expect you to place priority upon your duty to me. A lot more like him than I gave you credit for." The hand laying at Lancer's side weakly rose and placed itself upon his hollow, empty chest, uncovered by the operation to the left of it. "My original master recruited me under similar situations. He slew a duo of powerful ajuchas that were attempting to devour me, then offered me a position amongst his espada." The Arrancar's eyes bore into Castor's, almost soulless in its intensity. "I joined him to relieve myself of the crushing solitude. And what of it? I see a lot of myself in you, loneliness, bitterness, despair. I see it all. You are different to my master though. Regardless, I shall pledge my body and my blade to your cause, since I owe you my life and the continuation of it. Even if I may not be able to give the Grail to you, since I have my own wish to fulfill. I shall not abandon you. You are my master. And I am willing to be your servant." "You're wrong." Castor did not smile at him, she never smiled unless she was in the company of Sutra Kazuki. "I am not alone. I have my own master. Lancer, I accept your pledge. One day another blade shall come to pierce me, and I expect you to stop it with your own body if need be. I would have it no other way." Lancer shut his eyes since despite being an Arrancar and a servant, still required time for his body to rest and recover, which sleeping would provide. When Medea eventually left her servant's side and returned to her master's bedroom, to sleep by his side, she dreamt of an endless desert. Forever and forever it spanned, filled with nothing but white dunes and pale trees ected from quartz. Under the eternal night a single creature prowled, for a creature was all that it could be called. It was horned like an imp and had what barely resembled a human form, although the creature's albino pale skin, horned head drowned in a bone cage, the dark cavity in its sternum and the bat-like wings it possessed all removed any traces of humanity from its form. On and on it walked through this desert, the imp occasionally other exotic creatures would appear before the imp, although their black skin clearly contrasted from the imp's. They sought to devour him. The imp didn't want this, so he ate them. And so the imp continued to walk through the eternal desert. He was alone, so desperately alone. As a creature, the imp knew that his species was solitary in nature, with any contact between one another leading only towards one of them feeding the other. Despite this, hollows would find acknowledgement from the hollow that devour them, and would give them their own acknowledgement in turn. When the imp devoured his prey, he received nothing but contempt. He was different, an anomaly. The racism of all hollows prevented him from gaining anything from his victim. The imp walked along the moonlit desert alone. How long had he been walking? Where had he been walking? Why was he walking? If the world hated him, why should he even bother living? Why didn't he die? The imp had his species' survival instinct, he didn't want to die. All he wanted was acknowledgement, or perhaps camaraderie, a companion to stand by his side as he wandered the endless dunes. The imp gained no ally. He continued to travel across the eternally dark desert, searching for something he couldn't identify, forever separated from his species. Alone. Finally, just when the imp was ready to be devoured whole by the next hollow that he encountered, he found that which he had been looking for. It was a tree. Deep in the eternal desert populated by nothing but demons and despair, he found a tree. It was much larger than any he had ever seen before, since the quartz-like material the trees were made from in the realm never gained the nourishment they needed, while smaller hollows often sucked the spiritual energy from them. The tree in front of the imp was different. Large and wide, with thick arching branches, it stood out amongst its peers as a much greater and immense construct. It was like the imp, unique. Different. Also alone. It even had a hollow hole in its center, a large crack running through its entire length, leaving a hollowed-out area. It was empty inside, so the imp decided to fill it himself, to remove its solitude and save his own need for something else as white as himself in the vast landscape. He sunk in, cracking much of his mask off in the process. Inside, he felt a little bit less alone. And so the imp stood not so alone in the desert of white dunes and quartz trees.